Chapter 382, Legacy Chapter. The silver suits of armor shone brilliantly under the dimly lit sky, creating an exceptionally conspicuous sight. The assault from all directions forced Shifeng to an abrupt halt. Facing such intense attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to stop. Even he was not confident of defending against so many attacks on the run. This won't do. I won't last long at this rate. I need to move faster. Looking at the swords decorating the sky, an idea, inspired by his years of experience, struck Shifeng. Purgatory power. Shifeng's attack speed rose by 100%. He then brandished the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow, sending blades of light at the incoming swords and striking them down. After continuing this process for 3 seconds, Shifeng successfully deflected all of the swords that attacked him, scattering them around him. Undead creature? Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and examined the distant skeleton warriors. Shifeng could not learn anything about these undead monsters. If he faced them one-on-one, Shifeng was confident that he could defeat such a monster with ease. If he had to face a group of them, however, even he was not certain that he would win. Moreover, the swords in the sky still posed a huge threat. When the two combined, Shifeng's very life was at risk. However, Shifeng did not know if death meant failing the legacy trial. If it did, then he would truly be finished. As a precaution, Shifeng did not immediately move after fending off the flying swords. Instead, he stopped to think of an appropriate countermeasure. Changing my path isn't possible. For now, let's put these skeleton warriors to the test. The only exit was at the mountain's peak. Naturally, Shifeng could not retreat. However, charging forward rashly and accidentally losing his life was unwise. Hence, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger charging towards the skeleton warriors to test their strength. By doing so, not only could he buy himself time to come up with a defense against these undead monsters, but he could also avoid falling into any traps. After all, this was the trial of one of the 10 great saint legacies. He could not afford to be careless. The doppelganger possessed 70% of Shifeng's attributes. It was more than enough to deal with a single skeleton warrior. The doppelganger dodged the swords from above while approaching the skeleton warriors. However, when only a distance of 40 yards remained between them, the skeleton warriors still showed no signs of taking action. Instead, the monsters only focused on the doppelganger's every movement, killing intent oozing from their entire bodies. It looked as if they would explode at any moment. Disregarding the skeleton warrior's lack of a reaction, the doppelganger threw the blazing meteor at the closest undead creature. The weapon struck the monster's thigh, causing -816 damage. It would seem that the skeleton warriors only possessed mediocre defense. However, the instant the skeleton warrior was struck, it started moving and charged at Shifeng's doppelganger. The skeleton warrior that had been hit was not the only one to move. The surrounding dozen or so undead creatures charged at the doppelganger as well. Although the skeleton warriors wore full sets of silver armor, their movement speed was extremely fast. It took them less than 5 seconds to close the 40-yard gap. However, Shifeng's doppelganger did not stay idle as these undead creatures charged. Instead, it attacked with the blazing meteor again as it retreated swiftly. In terms of speed, the doppelganger clearly held the advantage. Despite needing to dodge the constant stream of attacks from the sky, it was still a thread faster than the skeleton warriors. As this game of cat and mouse continued, the HP of the skeleton warrior leading the charge gradually decreased. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Shifeng, who stood in the distance, did not discover any other traps hidden in this field. Moreover, the skeleton warriors possessed low intelligence. Aside from carrying out some basic defensive maneuvers, the group of undead creatures single-mindedly chased the doppelganger. After a short moment, the doppelganger killed its first monster. Although a skeleton warrior had died, other than a tiny amount of skill proficiency, Shifeng received nothing at all. He did not receive even a tiny amount of EXP. Even after the dozen or so skeleton warriors were wiped out, Shifeng did not receive anything. Fortunately, he didn't really care. He was in a legacy trial right now. His only goal was to clear the trial. As for whether or not he could earn EXP or items, that was not very important. With the doppelgangers probing, Shifeng's advance became much easier. There were no other traps in the surrounding area. The skeleton warriors also did not possess high intelligence or troublesome skills. As long as he dealt with the attacks from the sky properly, he could deal with these skeleton warriors by kiting them. What the doppelganger could do, Shifeng could do better. Shifeng's movement speed was too fast. Unlike the doppelganger, not only could Shifeng attack using the blazing meteor, but he could also cast AoE skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter to deplete the skeleton warriors' HPs while maintaining the distance between them. When the arcs of lightning weaved across the skeleton warriors, they dealt damages of -1,242, -1,784, and -2,439 to the undead creatures. Some of the skeleton warriors who received critical hits lost over half their HP. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng had reduced the hundreds of skeleton warriors into piles of pearly white bones scattered across the plains. What's going on with these bones? Just as Shifeng was about to depart from this field of bones, he noticed the bones begin to tremble. The bones then gathered. In the blink of an eye, these bones transformed into an entirely new monster. This monster was 3 times the size of the skeleton warriors from before. It wielded a skeletal giant axe in one hand and a thick black chain in the other. Dark green flames burned in its empty eye sockets. Emitting an angry roar, it charged at Shifeng with massive, thudding steps. With every step this monster took, the land beneath its feet would crack and shatter. One could see just how powerful this monster was. Skeleton Giant, Undead Creature, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 250,000/250,000. Why is it a level 30 chieftain? Shifeng was stunned. He instantly activated Windwalk and escaped. There was no way he could face a level 30 chieftain head-on while dealing with the incoming attacks from the countless swords in the sky. Moreover, with the skeleton giant's strength, a direct hit with its axe was all it needed to end Shifeng's life. Even if Shifeng dodged the monster's attack, the descending swords were no laughing matter. Each sword could deal -200 damage. Currently, Shifeng's HP was only slightly over 3,000. If 16 swords to hit him, he would lose his life all the same. Although the skeleton giant was colossal, it was frighteningly quick. Despite having activated Windwalk, Shifeng still could not shake off the skeleton giant, the distance between them never increasing. However, Shifeng also had to endure the rain of swords as he escaped. To avoid the blades, he was oftentimes forced to take action and strike back, affecting his speed as a result. Sometimes, in order to dodge a more densely packed attack, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge sideways, making a 90-degree turn. However, after Shifeng turned, the skeleton giant behind him would stumble. Its speed greatly fell when it changed directions, allowing Shifeng to widen the gap between them. Moreover, due to the skeleton giant's large frame, the sudden turn helped Shifeng block a few of the flying swords. When the sword struck the skeleton giant's body, the monster also received -200 damage from each attack. How could I forget? Due to their joints, skeletal monsters have difficulty dodging and turning. Shifeng smiled faintly upon seeing the skeleton giant's situation. Not only was the skeleton giant slow to react, but it would also receive damage from the swords above. Moreover, the skeleton giant's huge frame made the perfect shield. Considering the situation, a plan formed in Shifeng's mind. Following which, he made a 180-degree turn and charged directly at the skeleton giant's back. To deal with Shifeng, the skeleton giant had no choice but to turn around as well. Although its body spun relatively quickly, its feet could not keep up with its body. By the time the skeleton giant had stabilized itself and started swinging its giant axe, Shifeng had arrived beside its feet. As the swords in the sky cascaded down toward Shifeng, due to the skeleton giant being in the way, the monster suffered the full brunt of the rain of swords. Now, not only did the swords in the sky no longer pose a threat to Shifeng, but they also benefited him. Seeing as his plan's success, Shifeng began to attack the skeleton giant. Meanwhile, no matter how many times the skeleton giant turned its body, Shifeng would always appear behind it. Faced with the continuous assault from Shifeng and the swords, the skeleton giant's HP fell rapidly. Half an hour later, the skeleton giant crumbled. Even until its death, it had not landed a hit on Shifeng. On the contrary, it had become his shield, blocking the falling blades. This fellow dropped an item? Shifeng noticed a golden piece of paper with divine runes laying beside the skeleton giant's remains. When Shifeng picked it up and tried to check its information, he only received an unknown in reply. Hence, Shifeng used the omniscient eyes. Legacy Chapter, 7th page. A scattered page that has fallen out of a legacy book written by the ancient gods. This legacy book holds records for one of the 10 great saint legacies. It has a total of 50 pages. After gathering all of the pages, the saint legacy contained within the legacy book will become available. Class requirements: Berserker, Swordsman. Chapter 383, Blade Demon. So, this is it, huh? Reading the item's information, Shifeng got a general understanding of the situation. Even if he ran to the mountain and reached its peak, that wouldn't mean he passed the trial. He needed to collect all 50 legacy chapters to pass. However, now that he knew what he needed to do, this trial would be much easier to defeat. He just had to search for skeleton warriors and kill skeleton giants to obtain legacy chapters. So, Shifeng began hunting around the fields for skeleton warriors. Although the swords in the sky were a nuisance, Shifeng gradually understood their attack patterns and could dodge them more efficiently. Soon, they were no longer much of an issue. Even when dealing with a large group of skeleton warriors, these swords would nick him a few times at most, dealing negligible damage. After killing 12 skeleton giants in a row, Shifeng discovered a problem. Not every skeleton giant would drop a legacy chapter. In fact, the drop rate was very low. After killing 12 skeleton giants, he only obtained 2 legacy chapters. None of the monsters Shifeng killed gave him any EXP either. He also needed to dodge the swords from above constantly. Hunting these skeleton giants was truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. If not for the fact that one of the 10 great saint legacies beckoned him, Shifeng would never tolerate such a strenuous and unrewarding task. While Shifeng searched for skeleton warriors all around the mountain, an incident occurred in White River City. Dark Star, a guild that White River City had already forgotten, suddenly declared its dissolution. This news came as a great shock to everyone. Some of the guilds who had previously allied themselves with Dark Star simultaneously announced their dissolution as well. Originally, everyone had thought that White River City was on the path of becoming the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom. However, no one could have expected the following development. Half a day after the dissolution of these guilds, a branch guild of Overwhelming Smile suddenly appeared in White River City. More shockingly, Lone Tyrant, who was originally the guild leader of Dark Star, had become the vice leader that led Overwhelming Smile's branch guild. Furthermore, the benefits that Overwhelming Smile offered were impressive, at least twice as valuable as what Dark Star had previously offered. It was a blatant display of wealth. The members of the dissolved guilds promptly joined Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch. Within half a day since Overwhelming Smile's branch guild's establishment, its member count had already reached 30,000. Moreover, that number was still increasing. It continuously recruited new members, thinking of ways to steal players from Zero Wing. Big Sis Aqua, Overwhelming Smile thinks too little of us. Instead of recruiting in their hometown of Maple City, they ran all the way here to fight us over members. The guild leader also suddenly disappeared and cannot be contacted. If we allow Overwhelming Smile to continue, by the time we start our recruitment tomorrow, they will have stolen all the good saplings. Big Sis Aqua, why don't we start recruiting right now? Snow Goose asked anxiously. It had been Zero Wing's fame that had attracted players from other cities. Yet, now, Overwhelming Smile had come to steal the fruit of victory. It was truly despicable. Overwhelming Smile is truly ambitious. They've only obtained the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, yet, already, they're hungering after White River City. Aqua Rose's eyes flashed with rage. Although she was not afraid of losing potential guild members, she could not stand Overwhelming Smile's arrogant attitude. They were clearly trying to provoke Zero Wing. Does Overwhelming Smile think it is so easy to weave a web in White River City? Let's start advertising our recruitment right now. I want to see how a second-rate guild without a guild residence plans to compete with Zero Wing in terms of benefits. Once Zero Wing began to prepare for its recruitment fervently as well, White River City exploded with activity. On one side, there was Overwhelming Smile, a guild that had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon and annexed Dark Star, one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. On the other side stood Zero Wing, a guild that possessed a guild residence and was led by Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Many players on the forums were also discussing which guild they should join. Big Brother Shadow Sword, White River City is truly interesting. Despite only being the 5th-ranking city of Star Moon Kingdom, it is now contested over by the 2 most popular guilds in the kingdom. Which guild do you think these independent players will join? The female guardian knight, Turtledove, asked the berserker beside her, Shadow Sword, with an amused smile on her face. I don't know what others will choose, but my goal from the very beginning has been to join Zero Wing. Shadow Sword wasn't interested in the competition between the 2 guilds. His only thoughts right now were of passing Zero Wing's assessment and polishing his strength by learning from the experts in Zero Wing. He also hoped to learn from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. He had no interest in anything beyond that. Meanwhile, after spending an entire day at the Origin Sword domain, Shifeng had collected 21 legacy chapters. Oh! What's that monster? At this moment, Shifeng, who stood at the foot of Sword Peak Mountain, discovered a monster of steel slowly descended the mountain. This steel monster seemed to be patrolling its territory. Although this monster was not large, only twice as tall as Shifeng, all 4 of its limbs were blades. The rest of its body was made of pitch-black steel, decorated with spikes. It looked like a machine of slaughter. Although Shifeng wanted to know this monster's information, he only received an unknown when he attempted to identify it. Even observing eyes failed to yield any results. Hence, Shifeng had no choice but to use omniscient eyes. Blade Demon, demonic creature, chieftain rank. Level 30. HP 300,000/300,000. Shifeng's interest suddenly grew upon discovering that the Blade Demon was a chieftain-ranked monster. Since the chieftain-ranked skeleton giant had a chance to drop legacy chapters, the chieftain-ranked Blade Demon before him might drop the item as well. Fortunately, dealing with a single Blade Demon was much easier than destroying hundreds of skeleton warriors in addition to a skeleton giant. Moreover, the Blade Demon only had 300,000 HP. At most, it would only be slightly stronger than the skeleton giants. If so, Shifeng could defeat it easily. Of course, Shifeng would not rashly charge to his death. The only reason he had defeated the skeleton giants so easily was due to the monster's dull reactions and the aid of the swords in the sky. On the other hand, not only was the Blade Demon a stronger monster, but it also wasn't that large. Shifeng didn't expect its reaction time to be as slow. If Shifeng confronted the Blade Demon directly, he would only seek his own death. Hence, he needed to identify the monster's weakness. If it's a demonic creature, then the Demon Hunter title will suppress its strength. Let's use the doppelganger to test things out first, then. Thinking so, Shifeng switched out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title. The Demon Hunter title reduced the attributes of all darkness-type monsters within a 100-yard radius by 10% and increased Shifeng's damage towards darkness-type monsters by 10%. Demonic creatures were considered darkness-type monsters. Following which, Shi Feng used Phantom Kill and sent his doppelganger charging forward. When the doppelganger was 40 yards away from the blade demon, it threw the blazing meteor at the monster. A red glow instantly crossed the distance between the doppelganger and the blade demon. Just as the blazing meteor was about to hit the blade demon's back, a black streak of light flashed over, striking the blazing meteor out of its path. What? Is it that amazing? Does it not have any blind spots? Shi Feng muttered in shock. Shi Feng's doppelganger had clearly launched its attack, yet, as if the blade demon had eyes in the back of its head, it deflected the flying projectile. Moreover, the blade demon's reaction was astonishingly quick. The skeleton giants paled in comparison. However, Shi Feng did not believe that the blade demon had no blind spots. The doppelganger activated Windwalk and circled to the other side of the blade demon. Once again, it threw the blazing meteor, launching a series of attacks in quick succession. The blazing meteor shot at the blade demon again and again. However, no matter which angle it approached, the blade demon easily deflected it. Moreover, the monster moved extremely fast, leaving afterimages wherever it passed. In just a moment, the blade demon stood in front of Shi Feng's doppelganger. Shwa! 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 In the blink of an eye, the blade demon had launched dozens of attacks. Despite the doppelganger having already activated defensive blade, the demon broke through the skill almost instantly. The doppelganger only managed to block a few attacks before losing its life. Shi Feng's eyes widened as he watched his doppelganger's death. However, after a brief moment of shock, Shi Feng suddenly discovered that the blade demon had not returned to its wandering after killing the doppelganger. Instead, it turned around and charged directly at him. Chapter 384, Unique Set Equipment. Despite also being a level 30 chieftain, the blade demon was far more powerful than the skeleton giant. Realizing that he could not face the blade demon directly, Shi Feng immediately activated Windwalk and ran. He wanted to break away from the combat area as quickly as possible. However, after running for over 100 yards, the blade demon was still on his tail. Although Shi Feng's movement speed was much higher than the blade demon's, with the countless blades in the sky restraining him, Shi Feng was not actually much faster than the blade demon. The distance between the two hovered around 30 yards. The blade demon was determined to chase Shi Feng to the ends of the world. As long as the blade demon caught up to Shi Feng, he would have to deal with the attacks from both the blade demon and the swords descending from the sky. At that time, his fate would be sealed. I need to find a way to deal with it. I'll be in trouble if it catches up. Shi Feng examined the surrounding terrain. The area around him was the very definition of flatlands. The fields were endless, and there was nothing that he could use to his advantage. However, as Shi Feng moved further away from Sword Peak Mountain, the number of swords that descended from above increased. It was as if they were reminding Shi Feng that he was not allowed to move away from the mountain. However, Shi Feng couldn't care less right now. If he stopped, only death awaited him. Hence, he continued running at full speed while enduring the countless swords raining down on him. After running for a certain distance, Shi Feng suddenly noticed that, whenever the blade demon behind him touched the densely packed swords that had fallen to the ground, damages of -100 would appear above its head. Due to the hindrances in its path, the blade demon's speed also slightly decreased. Shi Feng's troubled expression transformed into a wicked smile. Just before the effect of Windwalk was about to disappear, Shi Feng took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then continued running away from Sword Peak Mountain. This time, however, Shi Feng purposefully zigzagged. This way, if the blade demon wished to approach him, it would definitely collide with the swords on the ground. As a result, not only would the blade demon's speed decrease, but it would also receive a continuous stream of damage. The blade demon had a total of 300,000 HP. With its battle recovery, it could regain 3,000 HP every 5 seconds. Shi Feng could not kill the blade demon by relying only on the scattered swords. Hence, Shi Feng occasionally threw the blazing meteor at the monster. However, the Blade Demon's defensive capabilities were simply too powerful. Out of all of Shi Feng's attacks, only 10% struck the Blade Demon. Shi Feng also used skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter, dealing over -1000 damage with each hit. Overall, the damage the Blade Demon received barely surpassed its battle recovery. If Shi Feng wanted to kill the Blade Demon, he would need to spend a very long time to do so. It seems that I can only drag things out. Shi Feng had no other options. The only fortunate thing about this situation was that the Blade Demon could eventually die. Time passed, bit by bit. While Shi Feng played his game of cat and mouse with the Blade Demon, White River City had become extraordinarily lively. Zero Wing had finally started its recruitment. The independent players who had waited eagerly for this moment were incomparably excited. As everyone arrived at Zero Wing's recruitment location, anticipation overwhelmed them. The Purple Sun Mansion, the real estate that occupied the largest landmass and best location in White River City, was actually Zero Wing's guild residence. I'm not seeing things, right? Isn't this the Purple Sun Mansion? Zero Wing isn't even giving the other guilds a chance. Damn! Zero Wing's guild hall is huge. It won't have any problems holding several thousand players at a single time. That's nothing. I have a brother in Zero Wing. I hear that it's even more amazing inside. Aside from having a high-class bar, many NPCs appear every day to issue guild quests. The number and variety of guild quests they get far surpass those available at the Adventurers Association. Not only can members of Zero Wing obtain a lot more EXP, but the item rewards they can get from the quests are also much more abundant. Some quests even reward secret silver items. Also, if members rest inside the guild hall, they can accumulate a double EXP buff. There are private rooms available for rent, too. For a time, everyone began forming a long queue outside Zero Wing's guild residence, enthusiastically applying to Zero Wing. From a glance, the number of players in line had already exceeded 30,000. The many benefits such as high-level quests, double EXP buff, private rooms and more had sent all the independent players into a frenzy. Meanwhile, when news of Zero Wing's guild residence spread, the various guilds throughout Star Moon Kingdom tumbling into a turmoil. Originally, these guilds didn't think much of a guild residence. However, they never expected a guild residence to provide such significant benefits. All this time, they regarded a guild residence as only a symbol of a guild's establishment, a place where guild members could gather and chat. Now that they realized what a guild residence could do, the upper echelons of these guilds felt a chill crawl down their spines. A guild residence was simply too terrifying. Not only could it increase the leveling speed of guild members, but it could also provide a source of coins for the guild. Now that Zero Wing possessed its own guild residence, the guild would no longer have to purchase coins using credits or form teams to specifically farm coins. The guild residence also had other aspects that could allow a guild to develop quickly. How could guilds like theirs that did not possess a guild residence compete with Zero Wing now? At this time, the first-rate guilds who were not originally concerned with Zero Wing had to reevaluate their opinions. Young Master Feng, now that Zero Wing has revealed their guild residence, everyone in Star Moon Kingdom has shifted their attention back to them. Overwhelming Smile's achievement can no longer hamper Zero Wing's recruitment. Should we focus on solidifying the branch guild in White River City? I have really underestimated Black Flame. However, don't think that I am out of options, Feng Xianyang sneered. Since you dare challenge me, you will only have one ending. Tell Overwhelming Smile this, don't worry about spending money, just steal as many players from Zero Wing as possible. I want to see just how a guild without many members can develop. Shortly after Feng Xianyang gave his command, Overwhelming Smile took action. Overwhelming Smile shocked the various guilds in White River City. Overwhelming Smile has gone insane. Snow Goose shouted when she read the latest information on Overwhelming Smile. In order to attract independent players, Overwhelming Smile had increased the benefits it offered once again. At this moment, it offered 4 times what Dark Star had in the past. Normal members alone would be treated far better than even elite players of other guilds. The benefits offered to Overwhelming Smile's elite members was beyond comparison. Overwhelming Smile even began to publicly poach Zero Wing's normal members, promising them threefold what the other guild members received if they joined the guild. Originally, Overwhelming Smile's increase in the benefits was already shocking. Now, that they took it a step further and offered another threefold raise, how could the members of Zero Wing not be tempted? In fact, some members already considered withdrawing from Zero Wing and defecting to Overwhelming Smile. Is Overwhelming Smile planning to destroy us with money? Aqua Rose smiled bitterly, her expression turning grim. This move was truly vicious. Zero Wing had only established recently. Its funding had never been abundant. They had no chance against the large funding Overwhelming Smile possessed. While Overwhelming Smile was in the midst of waging a poaching war against Zero Wing, Shifeng had finally reduced the Blade Demon's HP to its last vestiges. Die! Abruptly spinning around, Shifeng dashed towards the low HP Blade Demon. Abyssal Bind. Flame burst. Abyssal Bind immediately tethered the Blade Demon in place. Following which, the scorching abyssal blade slashed at the demonic creature's body 12 times in a row. Every slash dealt over -2,000 damage to the Blade Demon, devouring the monster's remaining 20,000 HP. As the Blade Demon died, Shifeng noticed a piece of paper falling beside the monster's body. He originally thought that it was a legacy chapter. However, upon picking it up, Shifeng froze. At that moment, he even thought he might be hallucinating. Broken Steel Forging Design Fragment. Epic Rank Unique Set Equipment. Set consists of a total of 6 pieces. Current fragment count, 1/18. Chapter 385, Professional Level. No way. Shifeng struggled to calm himself even after staring at the forging design in his hand for a long time. Previously, when he obtained the fine gold-ranked dragon scale set equipment back in the god's grave, he had believed it to be the top set equipment currently available, second to none. However, with Shifeng's current forging standards, he could not forge the dragon scale set equipment. He needed to become an advanced forger before he could attempt it. However, a lot of time was required to advance to an advanced forger, time that Shifeng did not have. Yet, now, the forging design for an epic set equipment had fallen into his hands. If he could equip an epic set equipment, killing players would be as easy as slicing vegetables. He would truly be invincible among fellow players. Originally, Shifeng's head had ached thinking about ways to deal with the 5 cities controlled by Underworld. Now, however, this fragment swept those concerns away. As long as he could don the complete Broken Steel set equipment, he alone could become enough of a nuisance to disturb those guilds. Now that Shifeng knew the Blade Demons dropped the forging design for the Broken Steel set equipment, even if he had to exhaust himself for a few days, he would obtain all the forging design fragments. Shifeng was suddenly brimming with enthusiasm. Turning around, he charged towards Sword Peak Mountain in search of another Blade Demon. Unknowingly, another day had passed in God's domain. Before Shifeng logged out of the game, he had killed several dozens more skeleton giants and blade demons. In the 2 days he had spent in the Origin Sword domain, Shifeng had obtained a total of 33 legacy chapters and 8 broken steel forging design fragments. He was not far from completing both the legacy book and the broken steel set equipment forging design. Shifeng had lingered in God's domain for 2 natural days without logging out to rest. As his body had been in the virtual gaming cabin all this time, the moment he stepped out of the cabin, his stomach growled a hungry complaint. However, his body did not feel any discomfort after laying motionless for 2 days. On the contrary, he felt extremely relaxed. It's as expected of a virtual gaming cabin. It even assisted my body's absorption of the S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng clenched his fists and stretched. Revealing a faint smile, he thought, my punching power should be around 320 kilograms now. Originally, Shifeng had needed 5 days to absorb a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids, allowing the liquid to restore his body's vitality and repair broken cells. Now, however, only 2 days had passed, and Shifeng had already absorbed the S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng judged that, based on his body's current condition, he should barely meet the standard of a professional fighter. His current body had already far surpassed his body in his previous life. At the very least, his physical fitness was no longer inferior to the apex experts of God's domain. Being young really is great. If I started training my body only after I turned 25, it wouldn't really make a difference. Shifeng was satisfied with his current physical fitness. As long as he continued his training, his physical fitness would continue to improve. At that time, he could exert more of his brain's potential, allowing him to break through the boundaries he had never been able to cross. Although Shifeng was hungry, he did not immediately look for something to eat. Instead, after leaving the virtual gaming cabin, he walked towards his fridge and retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids. He then filled his empty stomach with the cold liquid. After having not eaten for 48 hours, although he had the protection of the virtual gaming cabin during this period, filling his stomach with solid food would negatively impact his body. It was best to drink nutrient fluids first and let his stomach gradually adapt. After a few hours, he could have a proper meal. Looking at the bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids in his hand, Shifeng felt like he was dreaming. Over 10 days ago, he had lamented spending 10 credits on a meal. Now, however, despite drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids that cost 10,000 credits, he felt nothing at all. Although his reincarnation was part of the reason, it was more due to his change in mentality brought about by strength. Suddenly, his doorbell rang. Accessing the doorway monitor through his quantum watch, Shifeng discovered Blackie standing outside his door. For some reason, Blackie looked panicked. It looked like he had some very urgent news. Shifeng promptly disabled the lock to his front door using his quantum watch. "Brother Feng, where have you been these past 2 days? I haven't been able to contact you all this time. I even wondered if you were in some kind of accident." As Blackie burst into the apartment and saw that Shifeng drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. "What could possibly happen to me?" Shifeng chuckled. "Did something happen while I was gone?" "Of course, something happened. Overwhelming Smile had been poaching our members. Although our guild's member count has increased steadily, the benefits Overwhelming Smile is offering are too enticing, and many have started considering defecting to Overwhelming Smile. I initially thought of increasing the benefits Zero Wing provides as well. However, Sister Aqua said no. Although Sister Fire Dance only focuses on the guild's core team, she agreed with Aqua Rose's opinion. However, at this rate, more members will leave the guild. If we allow this situation to continue, it will negatively impact Zero Wing as a whole. We need to think of a solution for this quickly. I have been trying to contact you all this time, but you haven't answered any of my calls or messages. I had no choice but to visit you personally." Blackie then explained the general situation to Shifeng. "Overwhelming Smile sure is intent on destroying us with money." Shifeng smiled bitterly. "Brother Feng, you too?" Sister Aqua said something similar. Blackie was somewhat astonished. "I understand the situation. However, I am still tied up with my quest. Go back and tell Aqua to continue recruiting members. The benefits we offer will stay the same, but loosen the entry requirements a little." Shifeng also showed his support for Aqua Rose's decision. "Let's see just how many players you can steal from us. How much money do you plan to burn?" Taking Blackie's advice and increasing the benefits that Zero Wing offered was not a long-term solution. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile could simply counter by increasing the benefits it offered again. If this trend continued, the situation would soon snowball out of control and grow into an all-out economic war. At that time, the side with the most funds would be the final victor. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang, who quietly supported Overwhelming Smile, aimed for just that. If he had to increase the benefits Overwhelming Smile offered dozens of times, he would. He was confident he could destroy Zero Wing this way. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing could cause Overwhelming Smile to suffer greater losses by raising the benefits it offered, they would still lose. Zero Wing did not have the support of a large corporation. It also did not have the funds to contend with Overwhelming Smile. If Zero Wing increased its offer, it would dig its own grave. Shifeng had seen many of such situations in his past life, and he had considered his options long ago. The best thing was to bide their time and stay on course. However invincible the opponents might seem, he would forever remain true to himself. Moreover, when Shifeng had established Zero Wing, he had intended to establish a guild that was pure, rather than one where its members would leave because of a little enticement. Zero Wing did not need such shallow people. At this moment, instead of cursing, Shifeng wanted to thank Overwhelming Smile for ridding the scum from his guild. Shifeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, since Shifeng had already decided, he would fully support his guild leader. In truth, Blackie knew that increasing the benefits the guild provided would only increase the burden of Zero Wing. However, he still could not help his panic. Now that he had obtained Shifeng's reply, his anxiety began to fade. Chapter 386, Tier 1 Skill. After receiving Shifeng's confirmation, Blackie gave his report regarding Zero Wing's recent recruitment. Despite their plans, Overwhelming Smile's appearance did not negatively affect Zero Wing's recruitment. Instead, Overwhelming Smile had made Zero Wing even more popular than before, driving more players to apply to Zero Wing. Some players from other guilds even withdrew from their respective guilds to join Zero Wing. As a result, the entrance of Zero Wing's guild residence was crowded with a sea of players. Those who did not fully understand the situation even thought that Zero Wing had already become White River City's overlord. Though, those who knew the situation silently ridiculed the players rushing to join Zero Wing. After 2 days of chaotic recruitment, Zero Wing had grown from around 5,000 members to having over 10,000. If not for Overwhelming Smile's interruption, Zero Wing would have no problem surpassing the 30,000 member threshold. Unfortunately, many of the players who had been accepted into Zero Wing then defected to Overwhelming Smile almost immediately. By doing so, they could enjoy triple the benefits of the ordinary members of Overwhelming Smile, which was 12 times the treatment normally offered by other guilds. How could anyone resist such a tempting offer? Zero Wing will only suffer if this continues. I need to think of a plan quickly. Shifeng frowned as he listened to Blackie's report. If the situation continued to evolve like this, Overwhelming Smile would have to waste astronomical sums of money. However, Overwhelming Smile's poaching of Zero Wing's members would also increase its prestige, increasing the guild's strength in White River City. Others might not know that Overwhelming Smile had underworld support from the shadows, but Shifeng knew. In addition to Maple City, Underworld had also taken control of 4 more cities surrounding White River City. If Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile went to war in the future, Zero Wing would be surrounded by enemies. After Blackie finished his report, he hurried back to Zero Wing's workshop, whereas Shifeng started working out. Now that Shifeng's body had finished absorbing the S-rank nutrient fluids, it was the perfect time to improve his physical fitness further. However, instead of focusing on strength training like before, Shifeng now focused more on control over his own body. When noon arrived, Shifeng called for a takeout. After finishing his meal, he dove back into the world of God's domain. Shifeng had not come up with any good ideas to counter Overwhelming Smile's suppression through wealth. The only thing he could think of right now was increasing his strength. After logging into the game, Shifeng continued his hunting operation. Through his previous 2-day search, Shifeng had grasped the general respawn time for the monsters surrounding the Sword Peak Mountain. As for the location with the highest spawn rate, that would be on the Sword Peak Mountain itself. However, Shifeng had not climbed the mountain throughout this period. He doubted that the legacy trial of one of the 10 great saint legacies would be so easy to clear. Although the skeleton giants and blade demons were indeed challenging, a legacy trial that was supposed to be as difficult as a legendary quest should not be so simple. In Shifeng's opinion, the true danger of the Origin Sword domain waited for him on the Sword Peak Mountain. Hence, Shi Feng had yet to set foot on the mountain. Instead, he had searched for monsters around the foot of the mountain all this time, silently increasing his strength. In the Origin Sword domain, Shi Feng did not obtain any EXP from the monsters he killed. The drops he obtained were also limited to the legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments. However, there was one other immediate benefit to killing these monsters. Skill proficiency. The monsters here were all elites above level 25. Shi Feng's main targets, the skeleton giants and blade demons, were even level 30 chieftains. These chieftains exceeded Shi Feng by 8 levels. Whenever Shi Feng used a skill on these two monsters, he would receive bonus skill proficiency points, receiving around 5 or 6 with each use. In the outside world, there was a limit to high-level chieftains available for players to kill. Hence, Shi Feng was able to raise his skill levels quickly here. In the Origin Sword domain, Shi Feng had upgraded the skills that he normally needed a lot of time to upgrade in just 2 days. At this point, all of his attack-type skills had risen to level 10 or above, with some reaching level 11. When he upgraded a skill beyond level 12, it would become a Tier 1 skill. Although players had weapons and equipment that could increase their skill levels, that particular increase would not allow a skill to undergo a qualitative change, only the skill's level would change. For a skill to reach Tier 1, players needed to raise the skill past level 12 personally. Meanwhile, as long as Shi Feng could grasp a Tier 1 skill, his combat power would explode. This was why Shi Feng diligently killed the monsters outside the Sword Peak Mountain. With this goal in mind, Shi Feng continuously searched for monsters and used his skills repeatedly, allowing his skill proficiency to soar. However, as Shi Feng killed more monsters, he discovered something odd. The drop rate of legacy chapters and design fragments plummeted. In the beginning, Shi Feng could claim a drop in every 4 or 5 kills. Now, he would only get a single drop after killing over a dozen chieftains. The more legacy chapters and design fragments Shi Feng obtained, the harder it became to collect them. If Shi Feng did not increase his killing speed, it would be impossible for him to gather the required items within 5 days. On the bright side, where players in the outside world normally needed over a week of effort, Shi Feng only needed a few hours to upgrade a skill from level 11 to level 12. His efficiency was staggering. After just half a day's worth of effort in God's domain, Shi Feng had already promoted Chop to a Tier 1 skill. Chop, action type. Requires, sword. Tier 1, level 1, proficiency 0/30,000. Additional 600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage increases by 50%. Attack range, 6 yards. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Compared to the Tier 0, level 12 Chop, the base damage had not increased much. However, when using the Tier 1, level 1 Chop, Shi Feng could swing his sword 3 times in 1 second. Moreover, if his attack struck the same location, his damage would increase by 50%. Not only did Tier 1 skills increase a player's power, but they also increased a player's freedom of attack. In other words, the more skilled a player was, the more damage they could deal. This was why, despite being the same level, Tier 1 players were far more powerful than Tier 0 players. Tier 1 players also possessed much higher attributes and a larger variety of skills. Tier 0 players had no chance of contending with Tier 1 players of the same level. It's been a while since I've used the Tier 1 Chop. Let's use you as a warm-up. Shi Feng dashed towards the skeleton giant side before him and used the Tier 1 Chop. A sharp aura covered the abyssal blade. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng brandished the weapon 3 times, sending 3 sword auras slashing at the skeleton giant. The 3 sword auras combined, forming an even sharper and more powerful sword aura that slashed at the skeleton giant's joint. -1376, -2048, -2062. Aside from these 3 high damages, the skeleton giant, which had remained unperturbed by Shifeng's attacks, had suddenly fallen to the ground. The power of the Tier 1 skill was clear. After the skeleton giant fell, Shifeng had a much easier time attacking it. Following which, Shifeng used one skill after another on the undead creature. If the skeleton giant stood up, Shifeng would use Chop to attack its joints, knocking it to the ground once more. A short moment later, Shifeng had slaughtered the skeleton giant effortlessly. Due to the Tier 1 Chop, Shifeng's battles between the skeleton giants and blade demons had become much easier and took less time than before. Moreover, as Shifeng's efficiency grew, he used his skill more frequently. After spending another 2 days, Shifeng finally upgraded Thunder Flame Explosion to Tier 1 as well. Now, Shifeng's attack-type skills that required skill proficiency were all Tier 1 skills. Compared to when Shifeng had just entered the Origin Sword domain, his combat power was far more frightening. It should be about time to climb the Sword Peak Mountain. Chapter 387, Magic Night. Shifeng had already stayed in the Origin Sword domain for 3 days now. After killing a large number of chieftain-ranked skeleton giants and blade demons, the number of legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments he could obtain from these 2 monsters had also reached its limit. No matter how many of these monsters Shifeng killed, they no longer dropped any items. If not for the fact that Shifeng wanted to upgrade all his attack-type skills to Tier 1 skills and raise his current combat power to its utmost, he would have long since charged up Sword Peak Mountain. Although he could still continue trying to upgrade the tier of his skills, the amount of skill proficiency required to raise a skill from Tier 1 to Tier 2 was simply too much. This was a feat that could not be accomplished within a short amount of time. In addition, Shifeng did not have much time left. Shifeng had promised to help Gentle Snow in 5 days' time. Hence, he had no choice but to proceed with the legacy trial. Moreover, during this period of time, another major incident had occurred in White River City. After taking the first clear of the large-scale team dungeon in Maple City, Overwhelming Smile had gone on to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, the large-scale team dungeon in White River City. Meanwhile, Ouroboros's team, which was led by Gentle Snow, was a step behind, becoming only the second team to clear the Land of Death. Although Gentle Snow was only a step behind, it was a world of difference. The reason being, only the first team to clear a large-scale team dungeon would have its achievement announced. There was nothing waiting for second place. If Gentle Snow wished to have an announcement of her own, then she would have to clear the Hell Mode Land of Death. However, the Hell Mode of the Land of Death was much more difficult than Hard Mode. She would require a large amount of time to raid the Hell Mode Land of Death, making it not worth her effort at all. It was much better for Gentle Snow to place her focus on raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons, especially 100-man team dungeons. Compared to going from level 10 to 20, the time span between level 20 and 30 was much wider. Leveling in God's domain took much longer the further one went. After reaching level 20, players would find themselves taking far longer to level up. Hence, guilds would have much more time to challenge dungeons than before. On Sword Peak Mountain, Shifeng had not met with any danger throughout his entire journey. He also did not meet a single monster on the mountain. However, the closer he got to the light at the summit, the faster the swords in the sky descended. Moreover, the number of swords that shot at Shifeng also greatly increased, raising the difficulty of the ascent. Is the difficulty only this much? Shifeng felt very surprised. Although these dropping swords were indeed giving him some trouble, he would have no problems reaching the top of the mountain through dodging and blocking. After spending 4 days in this place, Shifeng had collected a total of 49 legacy chapters and 17 design fragments. He was only one piece away from completing both items. As the only exit of the Origin Sword domain, the peak of the mountain definitely held the final legacy chapter and design fragment. What's that? Shifeng suddenly discovered a majestic-looking armored knight standing at the mountaintop, the knight's hands gripping a greatsword. This armored knight was different from the skeleton giants and blade demons. The reason being, this greatsword-wielding knight was not a monster but an NPC, instead. Doran Paley, Tier 1 Magic Knight. Level 30. HP 300,000/300,000. Level 30 Tier 1 NPCs were much harder to deal with compared to level 30 chieftains. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 NPC in front of Shifeng was clearly not an ordinary existence. Although Doran Paley only possessed 300,000 HP, the same amount as the level 30 chieftain-ranked Blade Demon, the skills and intelligence he possessed would definitely be far stronger and higher than the Blade Demons. To players, Doran Paley was a nightmare. However, Shifeng no longer had a path of retreat right now, he could only advance. After making his preparations to confront the Magic Knight, Shifeng charged forward while dealing with the swords raining down on him. Yet, the moment Shifeng stepped onto the stone platform Doran Paley stood on, the swords in the sky also stopped attacking him, as if declaring that Shifeng had completed the game of cat and mouse. Challenger, since you have managed to arrive at this place, it shows that you indeed possess some strength and are qualified to fight me. As long as you can defeat me, you will be allowed to continue advancing. When Doran Paley noticed Shifeng, instead of entering battle immediately, he revealed an excited expression and explained, "Starting now, you have 5 minutes to prepare. 5 minutes later, I will start attacking. Of course, you are also allowed to initiate an attack ahead of time. I hope that you do not disappoint me." A one-on-one duel? Shifeng looked at his surroundings but failed to discover any other traps or monsters. However, after giving it some thought, Shifeng found nothing strange about this situation. The NPC before him was a Tier 1 class. Doran Paley was definitely not an opponent ordinary players could contend against. Since Shifeng was given 5 minutes to rest, he would certainly not waste it. He promptly sat down on the stage and took out a delicious steak to eat. Not only would he recover stamina and HP this way, he would also receive some bonus attributes. Although running and dodging for long periods of time did not greatly affect a player's body, it was a massive drain on their mental power. Meanwhile, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Shifeng to restore himself to peak condition. However, Shifeng did not just spend his 5-minute rest drinking and eating. He also carefully observed the surrounding environment, as well as studied the NPC named Doran Paley. Shifeng had seen the class known as Magic Knight before in his previous life. It was considered a rare hidden class. An advanced legacy. Magic Knights and Astromancers were classes notorious for being unorthodox. Attacks of Astromancers were known for being strange. Attacks of Magic Knights were known for being violent. Compared to a Tier 1 swordsman, a Tier 1 Magic Knight had more variety in their attacks. The reason being, they incorporated various sorts of magic. In other words, their attacks inflicted a combination of physical and magic damage. Not even Tier 1 shield warriors could endure the attacks of a Magic Knight. However, this hidden class also suffered from a very glaring weakness. In order to increase their attack power, Magic Knights had discarded their life-saving skills. Hence, they were very poor in terms of survivability. The seconds and minutes quickly passed by. Of course, Shifeng would not wait until the 5 minutes were up to attack Doran Paley. In this kind of battle, the first person to strike held the greatest advantage. Hence, Shifeng took the initiative to start the battle. When Shifeng was only 40 yards away from Doran Paley, he suddenly took out the blazing meteor and threw it at the Magic Knight's vital point. Doran Paley simply scoffed at Shifeng's attack. He retrieved the silver greatsword from his back and lightly swung it. Immediately, blades of flame shot out from Doran Paley's greatsword. These blades of flame collided with the blazing meteor, striking it down, before proceeding toward Shifeng. However, when these blades of flame were only about halfway to their target, Shifeng suddenly appeared behind Doran Paley and initiated a Tier 1 chop at the Magic Knight's back. Doran Paley suddenly smiled. He spun around abruptly, the flames covering his greatsword growing even more prominent. With a swing of his greatsword, he sent a flame tornado clashing against Shifeng's abyssal blade. When the two swords collided, sparks splattered the surroundings. After clashing swords for dozens of times in a row, Shifeng concluded that, in terms of strength, he was no match for the Magic Knight. On the other hand, his speed was superior to Doran Paley's. Despite having to retreat before the Magic Knight's every blow, Shifeng managed to avoid receiving any fatal damage. However, under the circumstances, the battle would eventually end in his defeat. After all, Doran Paley possessed 300,000 HP, whereas Shifeng had just slightly more than 3,000 HP. In a situation where both parties were equally skilled, the side with more HP would naturally emerge the victor. To begin with, Shifeng's combat power was inferior to Doran Paley's. As a Tier 0, you indeed deserve praise for being able to fight against me. However, what do you think of this move? Doran Paley revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, the flame surrounding his greatsword disappeared. In the next moment, cold air wrapped around the silver greatsword. With a light swing, the area 40 yards around Doran Paley turned into a land of extreme frost. Inside this domain of frost, both Shifeng's movement speed and attack speed declined greatly. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng lost his speed advantage. Chapter 388, Flame Dragon's Dance. Shifeng hurriedly retreated upon seeing this scene, wanting to escape Doran Paley's frost domain. He had not expected Doran Paley's intelligence to be high enough to actually grasp a player's weakness. This sort of NPC was an extremely rare sight in the current God's domain. Only in the later stages of God's domain would players be able to frequently see such NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs were usually Tier 3 NPCs and above. Meanwhile, Doran Paley was only a Tier 1 NPC. Higher intelligence. I won't stand a chance with the status quo. Shifeng's expression turned solemn when he saw Doran Paley's figure charging at him. If Doran Paley were only an ordinary Tier 1 NPC, even if he had 300,000 HP, Shifeng would have been confident of defeating him. Before leaving White River City, Shifeng had armed himself with over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, most of these Tier 2 magic scrolls came from the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, with the rest from the dungeon raids carried out by guild members. The Origin Sword domain was different from the 12 trials Shifeng had previously undergone. In the 12 trials, Shifeng had not been allowed to use any tools to assist him. However, the Origin Sword domain did not impose such a restriction. He could use as many magic scrolls as he liked here. If he had over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, it would be an easy task to deal with an ordinary level 30 Tier 1 NPC. Even if Doran Paley had 300,000 HP, he would still die under the might of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, the situation was different now. In the past, Shifeng had crossed swords with many high-tiered NPCs, so he knew very clearly that NPCs who possessed higher intelligence were extremely sensitive towards magic scrolls. Players required some casting time, however short, when using magic scrolls. Meanwhile, when higher intelligence NPCs noticed this, they would either hurriedly withdraw to escape the effective range of the magic scroll, or they would decisively charge up to interrupt the casting process, not giving the player any chance to attack using the magic scroll. Seeing Doran Paley charging at him, Shifeng immediately brandished the Abyssal Blade and cast Abyssal Bind at the Magic Knight. 9 pitch-black chains suddenly emerged from the stone floor. In response, Doran Paley simply snorted and stabbed his greatsword into the platform. In the next moment, a golden magic array rose up from underfoot and quickly enveloped his entire body. The magic array released a faint golden glow, and when the pitch-black chains touched this golden glow, they instantly turned into smoke and vanished. Shifeng immediately recognized the golden glow covering Doran Paley's body. This skill was called Free Will. Upon activation, the skill made the user immune to all control effects, rendering a control skill like Abyssal Bind completely useless. Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Wind Rider, increasing his movement speed by 150% as well as gaining the ability to fly temporarily. He escaped out of Doran Paley's frost domain right after. However, when the battle began, a magic barrier had formed around the combat platform, enclosing it completely. Hence, although Shifeng could fly now, he could not get too far. When the 20-second duration of Wind Rider ended, Doran Paley would still catch up to him. At this rate, Shifeng would still die sooner or later. The seconds passed by quickly, and from beginning to end, Doran Paley fervently chased Shifeng. As a magic knight, Doran Paley might possess great destructive power and an absolute advantage in a direct confrontation, but he was sorely lacking in life-saving skills and control skills. Hence, Doran Paley was utterly helpless against Shifeng's extreme speed, and he grew furious at this situation. Within his frost domain, Doran Paley could clearly finish Shifeng off with just a few hits. Yet, as if Shifeng was a lively rabbit, not only was he very agile, his ability to escape was also first-rate. I want to see just how long you can stay in the air. The moment you descend will be the moment I end your life. Doran Paley lightly snorted, glaring at Shifeng, who was hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, Shifeng was also silently observing Doran Paley from midair. When in a desperate situation, the most important thing to do was to remain calm. That was one of the basics of surviving in God's domain. No matter how one looked at the situation, a Tier 0 player simply had no chance to defeat a level 30 Tier 1 higher intelligence NPC. Not to mention, said NPC was even a magic knight that possessed 300,000 HP. If it were anyone else standing in Shifeng's place right now, they would have long since lost their lives. Despite his dire situation, Shifeng remained very calm. The reason being, he knew very clearly that legacy trials would not mercilessly toy around with players. Shifeng firmly believed that the trial should have given him a lifeline. However, where was this lifeline? The entire stone platform was currently enveloped by a magic barrier. Moreover, the platform was completely flat, with a range of activity of only 100 by 100 yards available. The entire platform was paved with black stone slabs with strange patterns engraved all over them. Meanwhile, the patterns on these dozens of stone slabs came together to form magic patterns that Shifeng had never seen before. Other than those, there was nothing else on the stone platform. Is my lifeline these magic patterns? Shifeng had a certain amount of understanding in regard to magic patterns. However, he only grew confused when he looked at the magic patterns engraved into the stone slabs. Just what function did these magic patterns have? Soon, Wind Rider's duration ended and Shifeng descended back to the stage. Doran Paley immediately charged at him. Shifeng hurriedly activated Purgatory Power and abruptly jumped. As he raised the abyssal blade up high, raging flames and golden lightning emerged around the blade of the silvery gray weapon. Shifeng then swung the abyssal blade down at Doran Paley's head. Suddenly, as if the space surrounding Doran Paley solidified, the Magic Knight's movements turned sluggish. Not only did the Tier 1 Thunder Flame explosion possess a wider effective range, the duration of the fainted effect had also increased to 6 seconds. In addition, upon activation of the skill, enemies within a 10-yard radius would also receive a slowness effect. Enemies affected by this effect would have their speed reduced to only a sixth of their original, only recovering 1/6 of their speed with each passing second. Doran Paley snorted and activated Free Will once more, immediately shaking off the slowness effect. He then sent a flame cross slash to counter Shifeng's Thunder Flame explosion. When the two skills collided, countless sparks flew to the surroundings. Cracks also appeared on the stone platform. Meanwhile, the impact sent Shifeng flying backward, his body slamming heavily onto the ground. Shifeng's entire body went numb, and his HP started madly decreasing as well. In the blink of an eye, his HP had fallen below 1,000, and it still showed no signs of slowing down. Panicking, Shifeng hurriedly retrieved an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and emptied its contents. His HP soon stopped decreasing, barely staying above the 800-point threshold before slowly rising. In the end, his HP recovered to over 1,100. Thunder Flame Explosion was a skill that possessed frightening destructive power. Yet, despite both being Tier 1 skills, just the impact between Doran Paley's flame cross-slash and his thunder flame explosion had caused him to lose over half of his HP. If he went through another clash like that, he would definitely die. Currently, Shifeng felt numb all over, even moving his arm was a challenge. He would not be able to defend against Doran Paley's next volley of attacks for a short period of time. However, something strange happened. Instead of immediately initiating another offensive at Shifeng, Doran Paley actually stood there motionless. What's going on? Shifeng was surprised. At this moment, Doran Paley was glaring at him with eyes filled with killing intent. It did not seem as if the Magic Knight wanted to give him a breather. Yet, Doran Paley just kept looking at him. Wait. His armor. Shifeng discovered cracks on Doran Paley's black armor. However, these cracks were in the midst of slowly mending themselves right now. Is it because my attack has damaged his armor? Shifeng's heart was filled with uncertainty, and he thought of trying it once again. Currently, Shifeng had difficulty moving about. Seeing that Doran Paley gave no indication of taking action, Shifeng took out a Tier 2 magic scroll, Flame Dragon's Dance, from his bag. Chapter 389, Legacy Book. Shifeng needed some time to activate a Tier 2 magic scroll. If he were dealing with an ordinary player or boss, this short time he needed wouldn't be an issue. However, against higher intelligence NPCs and expert players, this small amount of time was enough for the opponent to either dodge the magic scroll or take his life. As Shifeng unrolled the magic scroll, Doran Paley's armor finished repairing itself. At this moment, the Magic Knight gazed at Shifeng with mockery. Lifting his silver greatsword, Doran's legs abruptly pushed against the ground, launching himself at Shifeng with frightening speed. However, Shifeng, who was in the midst of activating the magic scroll that contained the Flame Dragon's Dance, could not afford to move. Otherwise, his efforts would go to waste. Faster! Hurry up! At this moment, Shifeng's heart pounded with anxiety as he watched the slow progression of the Flame Dragon's Dance's activation bar. When Doran was only a few yards from Shifeng, he abruptly jumped into the air. Raising his greatsword above his head, he swung it down toward Shifeng. As the weapon of mass destruction descended, deep red flames resembling snakes emerged and coiled around the blade, the moisture in the air evaporating upon the emergence of these flames. At the moment of Shifeng's imminent peril, the activation bar of the Flame Dragon's Dance finally completed. Suddenly, raging flames emerged from the crimson magic scroll, transforming into a serpentine dragon that shot towards the sky. Doran Paley smiled disdainfully at the sight of the flame dragon baring its fangs at him. Surprisingly, the Magic Knight made no effort to dodge the incoming dragon. Instead, he tightened his grip on his greatsword and added more power into his slash. The snake and dragon collided. The Flame Dragon's Dance was a Tier 2 spell, and in terms of power, it was far superior to Doran Paley's attack. In the next moment, the flame dragon devoured the fire snake. The dragon then threw Doran, a damage surpassing -10,000 points appearing above his head. However, 10,000 damage was merely a scratch to Doran, an NPC with 300,000 HP. After Doran Paley struck the ground, he stood and charged at Shifeng once again without the slightest pause. His current performance had completely changed. Moreover, Doran's armor wasn't even scratched. What is going on? Shifeng frowned at the Magic Knight, confused. The Flame Dragon's Dance was clearly far more powerful than his Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion. The spell had even inflicted over 10,000 damage. Yet, not only was the NPC's armor intact, but Doran also brimmed with fighting spirit. Considering the situation, Shifeng quickly came to a realization. The cracks in Doran Paley's armor had not been due to damage. Watching the Magic Knight charge at him once again, Shifeng suddenly thought of a possibility. Let's hope this works. Shifeng's body was still slightly numb. Even if Doran did not activate his frost domain, Shifeng could never outrun him. Shifeng had also exhausted his arsenal of escape skills. Shifeng then raised the abyssal blade and activated Earth Splitter. When the skill had fully charged, Shifeng swung down his viciously sharp blade. However, Shifeng's target was not Doran Paley this time. It was the black stone slab beneath him. Upon witnessing this attack, Doran's eyes widened with shock, and his expression became extremely ugly. He suddenly increased his speed again. However, no matter how much faster Doran became, he was not fast enough to counter Shifeng's attack on the stone slab. Like a hot knife through butter, the silvery gray abyssal blade sliced apart the black stone slab beneath Shifeng's feet. The slash also split several other stone slabs, creating a deep, long fissure. Following which, a crack also appeared on Doran Paley's armor. Bingo! Shifeng inwardly rejoiced. If he attacked and damaged the black stone slabs under his feet, he could force Doran Paley to halt his assault momentarily. He could then activate Tier 2 magic scrolls without worry. Despicable challenger. Doran Paley was no longer as carefree as before. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Shifeng and bellowed, "Your corpse will decorate this ground for eternity." Although larger cracks began to appear on Doran Paley's armor, the Magic Knight showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he charged up to Shifeng and swung down his greatsword. Flame Cross Slash. Before Shifeng could grasp the situation, he instinctively used parry to defend himself. Pung! Shifeng retreated 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. Although Shifeng had been forced back and had to use his life-saving skill, parry, he revealed a joyous smile on his face. Originally, even if he negated the damage from Doran's attack, the impact would have sent him flying back over a dozen yards. Now, although his hands were slightly numb, he had only been forced to take 4 steps backward. This showed that Doran Paley's strength had greatly weakened. Indeed, just as Shifeng had guessed, damaging the black stone slabs would weaken his adversary. Previously, Doran had not immediately dashed forward and attacked Shifeng because he was worried that Shifeng would discover the secret. Hence, he decided to hold back and allow his armor to repair itself. However, the display of his armor's recovery had been another facade. In reality, Doran had tried to hide the black stone slab's recovery. Previously, Doran's position had just so happened to block Shifeng's vision, preventing Shifeng from seeing the damaged stone slabs behind him. As to why Doran had launched himself up to attack Shifeng the second time, it was to prevent the flame dragon's dance from damaging the black stone slabs once more. Unfortunately, Doran's attempt at repeatedly disguising this fact could not escape Shifeng's beast-like insight. Naturally, after Doran Paley realized that his secret had been exposed, he no longer attempted to hide it. Instead, he began a vicious assault on Shifeng, hoping to annihilate his opponent sooner. However, a known secret was no longer a secret. Now that Shifeng knew Doran Paley's weakness, he activated Defensive Blade and used Thundering Flash on the stone beneath them. Streaks of blue lightning shot out from the abyssal blade. In the next moment, the lightning transformed into hungry wolves that dove into the black stone slabs, charring them. Die! Doran Paley's rage flared as he swung his greatsword at Shifeng desperately. However, Defensive Blade deflected every slash. Most importantly, with each consecutive slash, Doran's attacks grew weaker. When Defensive Blade was almost exhausted, Shifeng switched out the Aura of Wind on the 7 luminaries ring for the Aura of Water. Aura of Water. Received healing increased by 60%. Cast consumption reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heal selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Currently, Shifeng had less than 1,100 HP. Even if Doran Paley had grown weaker, Shifeng would still not survive more than a few hits from the Magic Knight. Hence, he cast Life Bloom on himself. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng recovered more than 1,000 HP. For the next 40 seconds, he would also receive over 1,000 HP every second. Following which, Shifeng began to confront Doran head-on. While defending against Doran Paley's attacks, Feng also made sure to attack the black stone under his feet. Feng could not help but admit that Doran Paley was indeed very powerful. Despite losing so much of his strength, the NPC could still inflict over -1,500 with Flame Cross Slash. Fortunately, Flame Cross Slash had a long cooldown. By the time Doran could use the skill again, Feng's HP would have long since fully recovered. During Life Bloom's 40-second duration, Feng had destroyed over half of the stone slabs of the platform. Meanwhile, not only had Doran Paley's strength sharply decreased, but his speed had also fallen by quite a bit. Feng now had a much easier time facing the NPC. Occasionally, Feng also used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to pin down Doran while he used a Tier 2 magic scroll from the side to destroy the black stone slabs. Unfortunately, although this infuriated Doran Paley, he could do nothing to stop Feng. As soon as Feng had shattered all of the stone slabs on the combat platform and was about to focus his attacks on Doran Paley. Suddenly, Doran Paley's armor shattered, the metal shards scattering across the ground. Doran Paley then gripped his head with both his hands and let out an agonized scream that echoed throughout the Sword Peak Mountain. In the next moment, Doran Paley's full HP bar emptied, his body transforming into particles of light and vanishing. 4 items dropped to the ground in place of Doran's body. There was a pitch-black key with a faint blue glow, a silver stone tablet, and the final legacy chapter in broken steel forging design fragment. Before Feng could pick up the drops, all of the legacy chapters he possessed flew from his bag and combined with the legacy chapter Doran had dropped, forming a thick and heavy ancient book. Golden divine runes decorated its cover. If translated to the language of players, these divine runes would read as Legacy Book. Chapter 390, Secret Sword Technique. Feng sighed in relief when he saw the dazzling golden book of legacies. With this, the trial should be over, right? Feng picked up the drops before walking towards the hovering golden book before him. He then clicked on the Book of Legacies, checking its information. System, completion rate 70%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy within? What? Only 70%? Feng was surprised. Taking another look, he was sure his eyes were not playing tricks on him. After defeating a Tier 1 magic knight like Doran Paley, which was no easy feat, he had only completed 70% of the trial. Legacies in God's domain were categorized into different ranks. Similarly, there were differences within each rank, and these differences were based on the completion rate of the legacy trial. Completion rates between 51%–60% would be given a C rank evaluation. At C rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy. Completion rates between 61%–70% would be given a B rank evaluation. At B rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 1-3 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 71%–80% would be given an A rank evaluation. At A rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 5-9 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 81%–90% would be given an S rank evaluation. At S rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 10-18 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 91%–100% would be given an SS rank evaluation. At SS rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 20-36 legacy skill points. Legacy skill points would unlock the class skills in the legacy book. Moreover, the more powerful a class skill was, the more legacy skill points would be required to unlock it. The number of powerful skills a player possessed was important in determining their combat power. It was especially true for powerful class skills. Hence, legacy skill points were extremely important. However, it was not easy to obtain legacy skill points. After obtaining the legacy book, aside from receiving 1 legacy skill point every 3 levels, players could only obtain more points by completing special quests and challenges. In general, legacy skill points were an extremely rare commodity. Right now, Shi Feng's completion rate would only give him a B rank evaluation, and he would, at most, receive 3 legacy skill points. This was unacceptable. He had only obtained one of the 10 great saint legacies after much difficulty, so why would he be satisfied with just 3 legacy skill points? Moreover, he only needed 1% more to boost his evaluation up to A rank and receive a minimum of 5 legacy skill points. He would need to level up 6 times to bridge this small gap. Is it because I killed Doran Paley by exploiting his weakness? Shi Feng silently pondered his situation as he rejected the offer to open the legacy book. Based on Shi Feng's recollection, one needed to complete certain tasks in order to increase the legacy trial's completion rate. However, since arriving at the Origin Sword domain 4 days ago, Shi Feng had constantly observed and searched for anything special in the realm. He had done so precisely because he wanted to avoid missing anything, resulting in a low completion rate. Yet, after 4 days of careful observation, Shi Feng had not discovered anything special. He had the same results after he explored the entire mountain. Just what did I miss? Shi Feng thought that he had performed perfectly in this legacy trial, and he should not have missed anything suspicious. He had even completed the broken steel forging design. As for the skeleton warriors, skeleton giants, and blade demons below the mountain, they would respawn indefinitely. It was not possible to eradicate them. Does it have something to do with these items? Shi Feng stored the legacy book before retrieving the pitch-black, sword-shaped key and the silver tablet. Doran's key. This is a strange key. It exudes a faint trace of ancient magic. Secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be obtained from this pattern. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/6. This was the first time Shi Feng had seen or heard of an item like this secret sword technique. However, judging from its description, it should not be related to the legacy trial. After all, 6 tablets were required to restore it, and no matter how he thought about it, there should not be any more enemies as strong as Doran Paley. Hence, Doran's key was the only possibility. As the final boss of Sword Peak Mountain, his key would have something to do with the Sword Peak Mountain itself. Since there's a key, there must be a lock here somewhere. Shi Feng put away the key and tablet and began to explore every inch of the mountain carefully. While Shi Feng was in the Origin Sword domain, Star Moon Kingdom had undergone many changes. The large-scale dungeons of the various cities in Star Moon Kingdom had been conquered, one after another, generating one system announcement after another. Moreover, due to Zero Wing's incitement, the various guilds throughout Star Moon Kingdom had also rushed to earn reputation, hoping to obtain their own guild residence. When Zero Wing had publicized its guild residence, Overwhelming Smile spent an astronomical sum of money to poach Zero Wing's members. However, despite this being a significant blow, Zero Wing had not stopped developing. On the contrary, they grew stronger with each passing day. Now, Zero Wing's member count approached 20,000. Moreover, Zero Wing's members sported high levels. Currently, most average players in White River City were only level 18 or 19, while elite players of guilds were around level 21. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's ordinary members were level 20, while its elite members were all level 22 or above. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the elite members of Zero Wing and the other guilds, the necessary EXP to surmount this gap was intimidating. The majority of the NPC-commissioned guild quests found inside the guild residence were high-level quests. Not only did these quests reward a ton of EXP, but the item rewards were also impressive. Most importantly, the monetary rewards of these guild quests were much higher than the guild quests available at the Adventurers Association. As a result, the income of Zero Wing's members was at least twice as much as players of other guilds. This was also why Overwhelming Smile's high-priced poaching could not defeat Zero Wing. Snow, are you really planning to do this? The Flame Witch, Zhao Yueru, asked worriedly. This isn't what I want, either. However, I have to take this risk. Otherwise, you, too, know how things will end, Gentle Snow said, frowning as she quietly read the report she had just received. But, Zhao Yueru wanted to persuade her friend but soon shut her mouth, holding back her protests. She knew that, no matter what happened, there would be a battle in the end. Only, this final battle had arrived too early, catching them unprepared. Snow, you've read the latest report. With our strength, we are no match for them. Rest assured, I would not take such a risk if I were not certain. Gentle Snow smiled faintly as she recalled Yi Feng's figure. Zhao Yueru was surprised by Gentle Snow's expression. Facing such a desperate situation, she never thought Gentle Snow could still smile with such confidence. Meanwhile, back on Sword Peak Mountain, after spending most of the day searching, Shifeng finally discovered a pool on the mountainside. This place is somewhat suspicious. Slowly, Shifeng walked towards the pool of water. Dipping his hand into the pool, Shifeng immediately realized that ice had formed over his hand, freezing it solid. The water inside this pool was icy. If he dove into this water, he would freeze to death. Chapter 391, Underwater Mysteries. This pool of water seems interesting. Not only is the water so cold, but it is also light as air, weightless. Moreover, even with 60 points in ice resistance, it still freezes my hand, Shifeng muttered, shocked as he examined his frozen hand. Just what is this water? With 60 points in ice resistance, players could withstand most cold environments in God's domain. However, Shifeng's resistance was useless against this water. It was astounding. Following which, Shifeng took Doran's key from his bag, hoping the key would trigger some sort of reaction. However, despite making a full circle around the pool while holding the key, nothing happened. He did not discover any kind of lock either. Is it inside the pool? Shifeng was fairly confident that was the case. According to the statistics collected on God's domain in the past, most chance encounters and treasures were normally found in treacherous lands. Only a few treasures and encounters occupied safe areas, and these normally required players to possess sufficient status or luck. As for the so-called treacherous lands, players also knew them as forbidden lands. Unless players had ways of dealing with the threats, their deaths were all but guaranteed upon entering these forbidden lands. Meanwhile, the small pool before Shifeng was clearly one such forbidden land. If he entered the pool without a plan, he would freeze to death. If not for his 60 points of ice resistance, he would have received a large amount of frost damage the moment he came into contact with the water. He might have even frozen to death instantaneously. Furthermore, even though it was only his hand that had frozen, it still took over a dozen seconds before it thawed completely. If Shifeng jumped into the water, although he might not receive any damage due to his ice resistance, the water would still freeze his body. With how light the water was, he would surely sink to the bottom of the pool once the ice encased him. In the end, he would still drown. What should I do now? Shifeng gazed at the cold water and meditated quietly. It would be great if I could increase my magic resistance. It had never been easy for players to raise their magic resistance. It was also impossible for players to come into possession of equipment that could raise magic resistance at this stage of the game. Even if they had such equipment, the effects would be minimal. Shifeng only managed to accumulate 60 points in ice resistance due to the ice blue devil flame and the golden stigmata. For ordinary players, they'd be lucky if they had 10 points of ice resistance at this stage of the game. Of course, the quickest way to raise one's magic resistance was to consume a magic resistance potion. Even a basic magic resistance potion could raise one's magic resistance significantly. If Shifeng could consume an intermediate magic resistance potion, adding that to his own magic resistance, he might be able to cope with the frosty water. However, Shifeng did not have any magic resistance potions on him at the moment. The recipe for basic magic resistance potions only dropped in level 20 maps and above. Meanwhile, the recipe for intermediate magic resistance potions only dropped in level 40 maps and above. Obviously, Shifeng could not obtain any of these recipes right now, not to mention the recipe for the specialized ice resistance potion. However, if he could not enter the pool, how was he supposed to obtain the remaining 30% completion rate? If he entered the pool, he would become an ice sculpture. Unless he could get his hands on an ice resistance potion, he had no way to combat the powerful cold within the pool. This freezing effect is truly troublesome. I wonder if Fantasy World's magic damage immunity will work. Shifeng touched the water and allowed his hand to freeze once again. He then tried the activatable skill of the Aura of Illusion, Fantasy World. However, even after activating Fantasy World, the freezing effect had not dispelled. If Aura of Illusion won't do, what about Aura of Space? Unwilling to give up, Shifeng waited for another minute before switching to the Aura of Space and submerging his hand into the pool water once again. This time, a miracle actually happened. Although Shifeng could still feel an unbearable, biting cold, his hand did not turn into a solid block of ice. As expected, heaven will always leave a door open. As long as he dealt with the pool's effect, which bound his movements, he would have an easier time dealing with the water. So what if he had to endure a little cold? Shifeng was confident that he could tolerate it. Following which, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger remain by the poolside as insurance. Within 40 seconds, if his life were threatened, he could immediately swap positions with his doppelganger. Shifeng then dove into the pool, creating a loud splash. As the water was extremely light, Shifeng managed to sink quickly with little effort. Moreover, the deeper he sunk, the darker it became. Soon, darkness devoured Shifeng's surroundings. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. Currently, Shifeng felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into the Arctic North, naked. The slightest movement stung painfully inside this chilling water. If any normal person were in his place, they would have definitely screamed in pain. However, from beginning to end, Shifeng only gritted his teeth and remained silent. As Shifeng sunk deeper into the pool, the stinging sensation became more intense. At this moment, even someone with a strong will, such as Shifeng, could no longer cope with the pain. His complexion had paled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The pain was so unbearable that he could not even scream if he wanted to. Why haven't I reached the bottom yet? Shifeng's anxiety grew as he looked at the time. 10 seconds had passed since he jumped into the water. Although he had not received any actual damage thus far, the pain took a huge toll on his mental strength. He had greatly underestimated this water. He did not think that the water below would become so cold. Shifeng was already approaching his limit after spending 10 seconds in this pool. He was also surrounded by darkness, so he could not see anything below or around him. Struggling, Shifeng activated Ice Blue Devil Flame. Even while underwater, the Ice Blue Devil Flame burned brilliantly as it wrapped around Shifeng's body, causing the temperature of the surrounding water to rise rapidly. The light from the flames also illuminated Shifeng's surroundings. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief at the effects of the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The rise in temperature allowed him to recover from the cold and pain, and the chill was just barely tolerable. As Shifeng observed his surroundings, he suddenly discovered that the pool of water was much larger than he had imagined. Previously, he could not see anything due to the darkness. Now that he had the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he could see everything clearly. How was this a pool? There was actually a courtyard beneath him. Hence, Shifeng started swimming downward, hastening his descent. The courtyard at the bottom of the pool looked ancient. Its architectural style was completely different from the buildings he had seen in the current god's domain. It looked like the Elysium spoken of in legends. It was fascinating. Although this place was very beautiful, Shifeng could sense great danger. Moreover, whether it was in this life or his previous life, this was the strongest sense of danger he had ever felt. System, you have discovered the Eternal Courtyard. That should be the place. Shifeng swam towards the spiral building with a shut gate that he had seen from the courtyard. Even the stargazing tower paled in comparison to this beautiful and mystical place. If not for the danger Shifeng felt, he would have stopped and admired the scenery. The tightly shut gate was made of gold, and many drawings had been engraved on it. These drawings seemed related to the destruction of the ancient gods. Shi Feng had even discovered the image of an ancient god that he knew of, the Twilight Goddess. Some sort of power protected the Golden Gate, and it was impossible to destroy it with external forces. Currently, Shi Feng was not of the mind to study the images as he had discovered a keyhole on the gate. Meanwhile, this keyhole was centered in an image of the sun. Shi Feng then took out Doran's key and inserted it into the keyhole, twisting it gently. Chapter 392, God's Will. Sure enough, it works. Upon turning Doran's key, Shi Feng noticed the blue glow surrounding the key flow into the Golden Gate. Suddenly, the gate released a brilliant golden radiance. As if it were the sun, the gate illuminated the eternal courtyard. The gate clanked as it slowly opened. Following which, a surge of cold air bubbles rushed out of the gate. Reacting quickly, Shi Feng immediately jumped backward. However, as Shi Feng was currently underwater, he could not move as fast as usual. As a result, the bubbles blasted him backwards. Shi Feng only felt a stinging pain before his HP instantly fell by 2,000 points. The cold air here is so powerful. Shi Feng looked at his HP bar in disbelief. Fortunately, his ice resistance was sufficiently high. Otherwise, that air bubbles would have killed him. Shi Feng then took out an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and drank it, recovering some of his lost HP. Despite having 60 points in ice resistance, he had still lost 2,000 HP instantly. How cold was it beyond this gate? Fortunately, after the gate finally opened, the cold air scattered, and the spiraling tower was no longer as cold as before. After Shi Feng entered the temple, he was immediately greeted by a large hall containing golden statues of various ancient gods. Among the many statues, there was one particularly eye-catching statue that depicted a valiant man raising up his sword. That man stood in the very center of the hall, and high-grade swords littered the area around him. A simple glance told Shi Feng that there were over 1,000 swords stabbed into the ground. Meanwhile, every sword seemed like it was submitting to the man. Shi Feng could even faintly feel the abyssal blade in his hand grow restless as if it, too, wanted to go forth and submit to that man. Shi Feng was astounded. That man in the center of the hall was simply a statue. Yet, the abyssal blade that Shi Feng feared even showed signs of submission to him. Just how powerful had he been when he was alive? Meanwhile, a dark blue crystal ball sat below the statue. This crystal ball emitted an intense cold. Upon seeing this crystal ball, Shi Feng came to a realization. The reason the pool of water containing the eternal courtyard was so cold was that of the crystal ball before him. Shi Feng's heart suddenly trembled at this discovery. If the crystal ball was capable of lowering the temperature of this large pool to such a degree, it was definitely a treasure. Following which, Shi Feng quickly swam towards the crystal ball, hoping to claim it. However, before Shi Feng could reach the crystal ball, a sharp pain shot through his fingers, a damage of -1,000 points appearing above his head. Shi Feng had no choice but to back off. Shi Feng silently lamented as he gazed at the dark blue crystal ball. Despite such a powerful treasure sitting right before him, he could not take it as his own. Just as Shi Feng was about to move on and look for other treasures, a system notification rang out. System, the will of an ancient god drifts around this eternal hall. Are you willing to surrender to this will? Before Shi Feng could react, majestic voices suddenly assaulted his mind. Submit to me. I can give you unparalleled strength and make you the most powerful man in this world. Even gods will tremble before your might. Submit to me. I can give you eternal life and make you into the eternal master of this world. Listening to the tempting voices in his mind, Shi Feng was suddenly dazed and decided to submit to this will. However, just as Shi Feng was about to reply, memories from the past suddenly surfaced in Shi Feng's mind. In the past, because he chose not to submit to world dominators, Shadow had forced him out of God's domain. Even so, he still refused to submit and had planned to start all over again. In this life, when he faced Martial Union, Dark Star, and Underworld, as long as he bowed down, he could live a better life. Yet, he still refused. He would no longer allow others to dictate his life, becoming someone's puppet. How could he possibly give in now? Just as Shifeng was about to refuse, the majestic voice spoke once again. Don't you wish to become the master of this world? If you submit, I will give you anything and everything you want. Since it is the case, I only want the ability to say no. Can you give me that? Shifeng refused to submit. Foolish mortal. You will regret your decision today. Since you do not wish to become my servant, die. Seeing as it had failed to delude Shifeng, the will of the ancient god grew furious, and the entire hall became stifling. Suddenly, the thousands of swords that had been thrust into the ground rose into the water. Aiming for Shifeng, every one of these swords shot towards him. In response, Shifeng hurriedly attempted to use Replace Doppelganger to swap positions with his doppelganger. However, he discovered that he had been silenced, the debuff preventing him from using the skill. Now that he could not swap positions with his doppelganger, Shifeng tried to raise his swords to defend against the incoming attack. However, he discovered that not only were his skills sealed, but he also couldn't move. At this moment, he could only watch the thousands of swords slice through the water towards him. However, just as the swords were about to pierce Shifeng's body, the dark blue crystal ball suddenly released a silver radiance. The swords flying at Shifeng immediately froze. At this moment, it looked as if time had come to a halt. A second later, the thousands of swords shattered like glass, the metal shards drifting to the floor. After which, a loud bang echoed throughout the space of the hall. Black cracks began to appear around the hall, and soon, the space inside the hall shattered as well. Along with the shattering of space, the stifling pressure Shifeng felt before also vanished, his body regaining its freedom. Damn! Damn! You actually dare spoil my business. Although this heaven-blessed individual has rejected me, I can still look for others. You cannot stop me forever. Meanwhile, this despicable heaven-blessed individual will die here. The will of the ancient god's rage grew, and even the hall trembled. The golden gate suddenly closed as the hall began to collapse. At this moment, as if having lost its power, the crystal ball darkened. It no longer released the astonishing cold as it had moments before. Although Shifeng did not know what was going on, when he heard the will claim that this heaven-blessed individual would die here, he knew what he needed to do. Escape. Shifeng immediately grabbed the dark blue crystal ball and placed it into his bag before activating Replace Doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared outside the pool. The doppelganger had only been 1 second away from disappearing when Shifeng activated Replace Doppelganger. It had truly been a close call. That was close. A second later and I would have been dead. Shifeng inwardly celebrated his escape as he watched the pool of water suddenly explode. Replace Doppelganger was truly a godlike escaping skill. Although Shifeng had come very close to losing his life, he also managed to obtain a treasure from his excursion into the pool. At the very least, he had not returned empty-handed. When Shifeng recalled the frightening might that the crystal ball had displayed, his heart pounded with excitement. The crystal ball could actually break the seal of the will of an ancient god. It was no ordinary treasure. With this thought, Shifeng impatiently opened his bag, wanting to investigate the dark blue crystal ball. Not even legendary items had such frightening abilities. However, when Shifeng tried to check the crystal ball's information, it revealed nothing. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes. To Shifeng's shock, however, the omniscient eyes, which could analyze even the destroyer of immortality, also revealed nothing. Moreover, Shifeng could not even touch the crystal ball now, as he instantly lost 1000 HP the moment he tried. Shifeng felt utterly helpless. He had no choice but to set aside this treasure for now. If he wanted to use this crystal ball, at the very least, he needed to raise his ice resistance to 100 or 200 points. Although Shifeng could not do anything about the dark blue crystal ball, the legacy book had a surprise for him. Indeed, just as Shifeng had guessed, the eternal courtyard where he could raise the legacy trial's completion rate. Now, instead of a 70% completion rate, the legacy book displayed a 92% completion rate. Shifeng had obtained an SS rank evaluation. Chapter 393, Blade Saint. SS rank was the highest evaluation achievable in a legacy trial. In the past, the legacy Shifeng had accepted was only a basic one. Even so, Shifeng had spent a lot of time and effort to achieve an A rank evaluation and obtain 7 legacy skill points. Now he that had an SS rank evaluation, he could obtain between 20 and 36 legacy skill points. The thought of so many legacy skill points alone was enough to excite Shifeng. Although Shifeng had not achieved 100% completion rate, he was very satisfied with this result. Now that he thought about it, the condition to achieve a 100% completion rate might have been submission to the god's will. Since he chose not to submit, this was probably the highest completion rate he could achieve. System, completion rate 92%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy contained within? Without hesitation, Shifeng clicked Accept. The legacy book suddenly released a golden flash. The book then flipped open, and a purple ray of light shot out of the book and pierced Shifeng's forehead. The moment the purple light touched him, Shifeng felt his mind clear as if no secret in the world could hide from him. As the legacy book faded out of existence, Shifeng's body began to emit a faint and flickering purple glow. After the flickering continued for a few more seconds, the purple glow subsided, and Shifeng returned to normal. After successfully receiving the legacy, Shifeng felt his entire body brim with power. His mind was clear and unburdened as well. Right now, Shifeng was confident that he could face a Tier 1 Magic Knight without necessarily suffering defeat. Of course, that was if the Magic Knight did not possess so much HP. System, congratulations on obtaining one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies. Rewarding 20 free mastery points. System, congratulations on becoming a Tier 1 Blade Saint. Rewarding Blade Saint title. Blade Saint. All attributes plus 20. All resistances plus 15. Attack power increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 20%. All attributes increased by 30%. Although Shifeng was still level 22, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His base attack power alone exceeded 1,200 points, and his HP had reached 4,650 points. His HP even surpassed Tier 1 MTs now. Moreover, after being promoted to a Tier 1 class, players could receive 8 free attribute points with each level up, whereas Tier 0 classes would only receive 4 free attribute points. Shifeng also had the Abyssal Blade, which provided him with 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled. The Golden Stigmata also increased all of his basic attributes by 5 points and gave him 10 free attribute points with every increase in 5 levels. In other words, where other Tier 1 players would receive a total of 40 attribute points with each level up, Shifeng would receive a total of 85 points. Ordinary players could not compete with Shifeng. In addition, after completing his class change, Shifeng also gained 2 basic skills and 1 passive skill. Sword Dominator, passive skill. Can freely swap out sword-type weapons in both combat and non-combat states. Blade Dance, action type. Requires, sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Allows simultaneous control of up to a maximum of 5 sword-type weapons for both attack and defense for 10 seconds. Each weapon has 80% user's strength and 50% user's damage. Range, 40 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Illusory Shadow, action type. Requires, sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Upon activation, players' next 6 attacks cannot be blocked, and each attack will deal 40% attack damage. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Shifeng was shocked upon reading these skills descriptions. The basic skills of the Blade Saint were already so powerful. Although Blade Dance was inferior to the Abyssal Blades and Nine Dragons Slash in terms of the number of weapons and burst damage, Nine Dragons Slash could only attack, not defend. Moreover, as the weapons summoned by Nine Dragons Slash were phantoms, they did not possess any impact force. However, Blade Dance was different. The 5 controlled weapons were tangible and possessed 80% of Shifeng's strength. This feature was far more valuable than just high damage. Through the consecutive attacks of the 5 swords, Shifeng could break his opponent's balance and create a gap in his opponent's defense. If Shifeng could not defend against an attack by himself, he could also use the 5 swords to boost his defense. Meanwhile, Illusory Shadow was even more amazing. It was perfect for PvP. In PvP 2 battles in God's Domain, when both sides were equally strong, the opponent would usually block over 90% of the attacks. However, if one side possessed an unblockable skill, it would upset the balance. It was especially true if Illusory Shadow were used when both sides were nearly dead. Such a trump card could determine the outcome of a battle. The Blade Saint is indeed worthy to be called one of the 10 great saint legacies. If I use these skills in PvP, dealing with a magic knight with the same attributes as myself will be easy. After reading the descriptions of the Blade Saint's basic skills, strategies for future battles began to surface in Shifeng's mind. Originally, swordsman was a balanced class. Although swordsmen were not as durable as shield warriors or had the endurance of a guardian knights, the frightening power of berserkers, the long-range capabilities of rangers, or the burst damage and dexterity of assassins, the class didn't have any shortcomings. The class was just as strong, or just as weak, against all other classes. Meanwhile, the Blade Saint was simply the enhanced version of the swordsman. Every aspect of a swordsman had increased. It was probably the most formidable class in God's Domain. Following which, Shifeng called up the system interface. There was now a new tab called Legacy Skills Menu in the system menu. Selecting this tab, the Legacy Skill menu that appeared reported that Shifeng had 31 legacy skill points available, as well as plenty of skills that he could learn. There were over 100 skills listed in the menu. However, there were only 6 Tier 1 skills Shifeng could learn right now, and 2 legacy skill points were required to unlock a Tier 1 basic legacy skill. Meanwhile, among these 6 Tier 1 skills, there were 2 that made Shifeng's eyes shine. One of them was Skywheel Sword, the other was Blade Liberation. Skywheel Sword, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% attack damage to all enemies within 20 by 20 yard. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Blade Liberation, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 20 seconds. Effect obtained varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. After the duration, player is weakened. All attributes decrease by 80% for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. Skywheel Sword was one of the extremely rare AoE control skills. Whether it was used in PvP or PvE2, it was indispensable. Meanwhile, Blade Liberation belonged to the Super Burst skill category. It could be a trump card when Shifeng was in a desperate situation. It was also indispensable. However, when Shifeng saw the points required to unlock these 2 skills, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and very nearly cursed. Skywheel Sword required 10 points to unlock, while Blade Liberation required an astonishing 20 points. With the total points these 2 skills demanded, Shifeng could learn 10 basic class skills. However, these high requirements also made Shifeng aware of just how extraordinary Blade Liberation was. For an AoE control skill such as the Skywheel Sword, the demand of 10 legacy skill points was not odd. However, Blade Liberation needed twice that amount to unlock. With 20 legacy skill points, Shifeng could even learn a Tier 3 class skill. Chapter 394, Times Have Changed. The Legacy Trial had given him a total of 31 legacy skill points. Anyone would hesitate over spending 30 points on only 2 skills. However, Shifeng did not. With his mind made up, Shifeng clicked to learn both Skywheel Sword and Blade Liberation. Suddenly, his stock of legacy skill points plummeted to 1. To an expert in God's domain, nothing was more important than a powerful skill. A powerful Tier 1 skill had a lot of versatility, so it was not easy to master. However, if mastered, it would not be surprising if a player's combat power increased by several fold. As the saying went, a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush. Although Shifeng could learn more skills if he spent the 30 legacy skill points on less costly skills, the skills he learned would not contribute as much to his overall combat power. During dangerous moments, in particular, the Super Burst skill, Blade Liberation, would be far more useful than a dozen other ordinary Tier 1 skills. After learning the 2 class skills, Shifeng used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. At this moment, White River City buzzed with activity. Overwhelming Smile's high-priced poaching had boosted White River City's development. A flood of independent players had migrated to White River City with the intention of joining Overwhelming Smile. Based on the statistics offered by the official game developers, the player population in White River City had exceeded 3 million. White River City was now the most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 3rd most populated city throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Looking at this situation, Shifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he had intended to make White River City the most popular city in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, Zero Wings Guild residence was in White River City, so it had the home field advantage here. However, he never thought an enemy like Overwhelming Smile would actually help him achieve that plan. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. If Feng Xianyang, the mastermind behind this situation, knew Shifeng's thoughts right now, he would most likely pop a vein or 2 out of anger. However, Shifeng also could not help but admit that Feng Xianyang's plan of desperately throwing money away was very effective. Currently, Overwhelming Smile had become the undisputed number 1 guild in White River City. The branch guild in White River City already had over 80,000 members. Among them, there were also quite a few elite players. Compared to the other guilds in White River City, Overwhelming Smile was far superior. Moreover, during this period, Overwhelming Smile had continuously raided large-scale dungeons around White River City. As if they were on steroids, Overwhelming Smile's raiding speed far surpassed Gentle Snow's team. They were on completely different levels. In addition, Overwhelming Smile had also offered to purchase information regarding reputation quests at a high price, apparently intending to become the 2nd guild in White River City to own a guild residence. In contrast, Zero Wings showed no signs of movement at all. The guild's member count held steady around 20,000. If not for the high-level quests and double EXP buff available from the guild residence, most of Zero Wings members would have long since defected to Overwhelming Smile. Brother Feng, you're finally out. Have you completed your class change? Not long after Shifeng returned to White River City, Blackie contacted him. Yeah. How has the guild been recently? Shifeng asked, not bothering to discuss his new class. What do you think? The entire guild has been spiritless these past few days, and everyone is just focusing on quests. Many in the guild have also started complaining and asking why the core team hasn't moved against Overwhelming Smile yet. Overwhelming Smile suppression has them feeling resentful. Moreover, those Overwhelming Smile bastards have also started ridiculing Zero Wing publicly, claiming that we're all bark and no bite, Blackie said, feeling slightly indignant. Brother Feng, since you've returned, why don't we start raiding a level 20 large-scale dungeon and show those punks from Overwhelming Smile Zero Wing's strength? Currently, the level 20 dungeons in White River City were only 10 and 20-man team dungeons. However, in the 50-man large-scale team dungeon, Sarek Dungeon, Overwhelming Smile had not managed to even meet the first boss of normal mode before suffering a team wipe. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could obtain the first clear of Sarek Castle, it would rain on Overwhelming Smile's parade. Not only would it extinguish their arrogance, but it would also increase Zero Wing's reputation. As for whether or not they could actually raid Sarek Castle, Blackie didn't doubt their success. Others might not realize how strong Zero Wing's core team was, but Blackie was well aware. Moreover, with Shifeng around, it would be a simple task to clear the level 20 large-scale team dungeon, Sarek Castle. How many people in the guild have completed their class change? Shifeng agreed with Blackie's plan, but Sarek Castle was not easy to dominate. There are 39 members who have completed their class change. Among them, Sister Aqua was the first to obtain her Tier 1 class, while Sister Fire Dance was second, Blackie said, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes as he said, class change. He had never expected that the class change quest would be so difficult. If not for the fact that he possessed the epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, he might not have completed the quest. Fortunately, he passed his class change and obtained an A rank evaluation. While he waited for Shifeng's return, he had familiarized himself with the combat style of a Tier 1 class. Precisely because the class change quest was not simple, many core members of Zero Wing had failed it. As these members had to wait a few days before they could challenge the quest again. Moreover, as everyone had been busy with their respective class change quests, the levels of Zero Wing's core members had fallen behind. Now, Zero Wing no longer occupied all of the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Others had even claimed a few of the top 10 ranks. This had been a huge blow to Zero Wing's morale and reputation. 39? Not bad. Once we have more than 50, I guess we can make a trip to Sarek Castle, Shifeng said with a faint smile. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Blackie's report. In the past, even when most players were around level 24 to 25, most guilds in White River City had not had more than 20 Tier 1 players. Currently, the average player in White River City was only around 18 to 19. Yet, Zero Wing already possessed 39 Tier 1 players. Although part of this reason was that Shifeng had leaked some information about the strategy to challenge a few basic class changes, the number of players that had succeeded was still astonishing. The difference in combat power between Tier 1 players and Tier 0 players was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not something that could be measured by levels. Regarding the White River City ranking list, ever since Zero Wing's guild residence had been established, Shifeng no longer troubled himself with it. After all, the future was the era of high-tiered players, not high-leveled players. Brother Feng, do you really mean it? Blackie suddenly grew excited. During this period, the oppression he had suffered from those bastards in Overwhelming Smile frustrated him. Look at how excited you are. Of course, I mean it. However, I still have something I need to attend to right now. For now, have everyone familiarized themselves with the combat style of their Tier 1 classes, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although everyone had already evolved to a Tier 1 class, the freedom a Tier 1 class possessed had also become much higher. If players could not properly adapt and display their strength, their combat power would not improve much. Okay. Leave it to me. I'll let everyone know. Blackie said excitedly before disconnecting the call. He then proceeded to contact those who had already changed classes. Meanwhile, Shifeng took a look at the time, noticing that he still had quite some time before his appointment with Gentle Snow. He then retrieved Celiura's communication crystal from his bag. The Grand Master Forger had given him this item herself, and it allowed him to contact Celiura at any time. Previously, Shifeng had helped Celiura become a Grand Master Forger, resulting in Celiura's favorability towards him to increase greatly. Moreover, in order to search for materials to produce an epic item, Celiura had gone on a journey. Shifeng had obtained the forging design for the epic ranked broken steel set equipment back in the Origin Sword domain. However, if he had to forge an epic item by himself, who knew how long it would be before he could achieve such a feat? Since he had a connection with a Grandmaster Forger, why not use it? Chapter 395, Broken Steel Legacy Set Equipment. Shifeng then used the communication crystal to contact Celiora. Hello, Miss Celiora. I am Yifeng. I have something I would like your help with. I wonder if you have any time to spare right now? Shifeng carefully asked. Ultimately, his current status was far from comparable to Celiora's. Although they had a good relationship, basic courtesy was still required, if he wished to ask her for a favor. Oh, it's you. I'm very busy right now, so make it quick. Although Celiora did not immediately reject him, she still did not show any sign of interest. To Celiora, nothing was more important than collecting epic-ranked forging materials right now. If not for the favor she owed Shifeng, she would have directly rejected his request, instead of taking the time to listen to him. Shifeng was aware of this point. After all, he was extremely familiar with Celiora's personality, someone who was wholeheartedly focused on forging, without the slightest bit of interest in anything else. This was also why she had managed to become a Grandmaster Forger at such a young age. Shifeng then chuckled and said, I have a forging design for an epic set equipment. What? Epic set equipment? Celiora's eyes suddenly shone. She hurriedly demanded, why didn't you say so earlier? Meet me at my smithy right away. Shifeng shook his head and laughed when he heard Celiora's impatient tone. To NPCs, epic-ranked forging designs, much less a forging design for an epic set equipment, were extremely rare. It was the dream of countless forgers to produce a set of epic equipment. Meanwhile, to players, epic-ranked forging designs were much more difficult to obtain. In the past, Shadow had only managed to get a few pieces. As for epic set equipment forging designs, Shifeng had only heard about them occasionally and had never personally seen one himself. In God's domain, set equipment were half a rank stronger than discrete equipment of the same rank. In other words, the quality of an epic set equipment was above that of epic equipment, but below that of fragmented legendary equipment. To players who could not get their hands on fragmented legendary equipment, epic set equipment was the best equipment available. In this life, Shifeng was truly fortunate to have obtained the forging design for an epic set equipment. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at Celiora's smithy in a horse carriage. At this moment, the door to her smithy was still shut tight, and it did not seem she planned to do business at all. Shifeng walked over and knocked on the door. The thick wooden door then slowly opened, and a surge of scorching air rushed out of the house. In the next moment, Celiora walked out from within before quickly dragging Shifeng into the house. Despite having not seen each other for some time, Celiora looked exactly the same, still fully garbed in black leather clothing. That large V-shaped collar revealed her snow-white skin. Her black leather pants tightly hugged her slender legs. Celiora currently exuded an enchanting charm. Hurry up and let me see it. Celiora pushed Shifeng against a table, her body very nearly sticking to his. Her eyes shone with excitement as she spoke, failing to notice how lethal her impure actions were. Although Shifeng had long since gotten used to Celiora's personality in his past life, his heart still raced involuntarily every time they met. Here it is. Shifeng calmed down somewhat and retrieved the broken steel forging design from his bag. Broken steel set equipment. Epic rank unique set equipment. 6-piece set consisting of broken steel gauntlets, broken steel breastplate, broken steel helmet, broken steel leg guards, broken steel boots, broken steel bracers. Equipment requirement: Strength 1000, Agility 1200, Sword-related Mastery 350. Class restriction: Blade Saint. Originally, Shifeng had thought he could equip this broken steel set equipment immediately. However, 1,000 points in strength and 1,200 points in agility were definitely not achievable by players below level 30. At the very least, one needed to be above level 50 to possess such attributes. Meanwhile, the materials required to produce this set equipment were 12 pieces of Eternium, 300 mana stones, 1,000 pieces of Titan ore, 12 fire source crystals, 12 water source crystals, 12 wind source crystals, 12 earth source crystals and 1 nucleus of life. The person who drew this design must be insane. Is he trying to make a legendary item? Celiora gaped in shock after inspecting the forging design. Not to mention Celiora's, even Shifeng's heart was beating madly right now. He, too, was dumbfounded by the description. Shifeng had previously been caught up in his joy over becoming a blade saint. Moreover, he knew it was impossible for him to produce the broken steel set equipment by himself and to gather the materials required to make the set. Hence, although Shifeng had long since completed the broken steel forging design, he never actually bothered to take a look at it. As for the reason why Shifeng had come looking for Celiora this time, he simply wished to know how confident she was in producing the set equipment. That way, he could make appropriate preparations for it. However, after seeing the forging materials required, Shifeng immediately dismissed his previous thoughts of making preparations. Just collecting a single set of materials was nigh impossible, not to mention collecting a second set. Previously, Shifeng had spent hundreds of gold just to produce 21 mana stones. Now, the set equipment actually required 300 mana stones. That was a few thousand gold, at least. However, even if he did manage to obtain the 300 mana stones, Eternium was something much rarer and more precious than even mana stones. Countless master forgers dreamt of obtaining even just one piece. Yet, the set actually needed 12 to produce. Titan ore was also a considerably high-class rare ore. At this stage of the game, nobody was capable of mining such an ore yet. As for the elemental source crystals, they were all materials highly sought after by master alchemists. Their preciousness and rarity were not one bit lower than Eternium. Meanwhile, the most inconceivable thing was that the broken steel set equipment actually required a nucleus of life. The value of that item far surpassed even the water of life, and it was something that could only be found with luck. Miss Celiora, if you have the materials, how confident are you in making it? Shifeng asked. Originally, he had already planned on giving up on producing the broken steel set equipment. However, after giving it some thought, he still chose to inquire. You really have the materials? Celiora's expression immediately changed upon hearing Shifeng's words. Her gaze as she looked at Shifeng was as if she were looking at a 7 luminaries crystal mountain, and she beamed at him as if saying, "Tycoon, let's be friends." I was only asking. Shifeng smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Even if he sold everything in his possession right now, including himself, he still wouldn't be able to gather all the required materials. Around 20%. If you give me more time to practice, I can raise it to 30%. Celiora rolled her eyes at Shifeng, feeling slightly disappointed. However, her interest in producing the broken steel set equipment still burned brightly. 30%? Shifeng had also made his own estimations before. It would be extremely fortunate if Celiora could have a 20% success rate. Most likely, only a few NPC Grandmaster Forgers could actually achieve a 30% success rate. As for players, even if Shifeng waited until someone became a Grandmaster Forger, these players would have around a 10% success rate, at most. I'll have to trouble Miss Celiora, then. I will try my best to collect the materials required. Since you have entrusted this task to me, I will continuously research this forging design, while you gather the materials. As for the cost of making it, I won't charge you anything if it is unsuccessful, Celiora said happily. In God's domain, one needed to pay an exorbitant labor fee when commissioning a forger, be they players or NPCs, of master rank and above to produce an item, regardless of the final result. Now, however, Celiora offered not to charge him should she fail. It could be seen just how happy Celiora was right now. System, Celiora's favorability towards you has increased by 100. Currently, Shifeng was in no hurry to produce the broken steel set equipment. After all, even if it was produced, he did not possess the attributes needed to equip it. In order to do so, he needed to be above level 50 at the very least. During this period, he could slowly gather the required materials. Following which, Shifeng left the broken steel forging design at Seoyura's place to allow her to properly study it. He then hailed another carriage and hurried to the location he had agreed to meet Gentle Snow at. Chapter 396, Powerful Aid. Inside Blue Mountain Restaurant, a high-class restaurant located in White River City's Nobles District. As White River City's upper-class area, the cost of living here was very high. It was a place that ordinary players rarely visited. At this moment, however, there were actually 3 players, 2 women and 1 man, sitting under one of the outdoor gazebos of Blue Mountain Restaurant. Of the 2 female players, one was a bright and seductive witch, while the other was an otherworldly fairy. Meanwhile, the man exuding a cold, murderous intent by their side also possessed a valiant look. With his combination of a handsome face and frosty personality, many young ladies would definitely fall prey to him. Snow, you can tell me who it is now, right? Just who is that mysterious person you called for? Zhao Yueru whispered as she shifted closer to Gentle Snow's side, the expression on her face saying, I won't tell anyone else. Don't worry. You yourself have met that person before. In any case, he'll be here in just a moment. Gentle Snow smiled faintly. I know them. Zhao Yueru immediately started searching her memories, trying to recall all the experts she had met. However, taking into consideration the severity of the matter this time, she dismissed the large majority of them. In the end, she still shook her head and gave up. She truly could not figure out just which amazing character her friend had invited. If Zhao Yueru had to point out an amazing character she had personally met before, then that would be Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, One-Hit Azura Black Flame. However, as the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame was obviously not suitable this time. If they really were to invite him, those people might even disagree to hold the match and make up even more excuses. There were countless players in God's domain. Meanwhile, Black Flame managed to obtain the rank of 481 on the God's Domain experts list, as well as being given the title of Azura by the Secret Pavilion. Let alone a single Star Moon Kingdom, there were only a few players throughout the entire God's Domain stronger than Black Flame. Looking at Zhao Yueru's defeated expression, Gentle Snow could not help but curl her lips up even higher. If not even Zhao Yueru, someone who was extremely familiar with her, could guess the identity of the person she invited, then it was even more impossible for those people. Most likely, even if she were to reveal that person's name, those people would not know anything about that person either. Listening in on Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru's conversation, the aloof-looking man's curiosity reluctantly grew as well. The operation this time needed to be kept a secret. It was something that should not be told to outsiders. At the same time, this operation was of utmost importance to Gentle Snow. Yet, Gentle Snow had done the unthinkable. She had actually requested the help of an outsider instead of choosing an expert subordinated to her. This decision had inspired both confusion and curiosity in him with regard to the expert who would arrive in a moment. Fierce, why didn't Nimble Snake come with you? Gentle Snow asked, shifting her gaze to the impassive youth beside her. The reason why Ouroboros was able to become a dominant force in the virtual gaming world was mainly due to a few reasons. Other than its founding members, guild leader, branch leaders, and elders, it also had the 32 advocators and the 12 apostles. The last 2 groups of players were carefully chosen from the large number of experts within the god-slaying army, and they could be said to be the strongest combat power of Ouroboros. This was especially true for the 12 apostles. Each and every one of them possessed strength that not even Gentle Snow herself could casually dismiss. Meanwhile, the cold youth before her was one of the 12 apostles, Fierce Snake. The Nimble Snake she mentioned was also one of the 12 apostles. However, Nimble's strength was still a cut above Fierce. Among the 12 apostles, Nimble was also ranked close to the top, and he was one of the key figures for the operation this time around. Nimble said he had something to take care of, so he might come a little later. However, he is always punctual, so you can rest assured, Big Sis Snow. Not to mention, the operation this time is of such importance, Fierce Snake assured. Gentle Snow nodded in reply. Gentle Snow had nurtured quite a few confidants in Ouroboros. Apart from the apostles, she had also nurtured a few among the advocators. However, the operation to be carried out later required someone with top-notch combat power. Although the advocators were also very strong, they were still not comparable to the apostles. She could not afford to be careless in the operation this time. If she failed, the results would be irreversible, hence why she had called for Fierce Snake and Nimble Snake. In addition, out of worry that her plan might fail due to unforeseen circumstances, she had even invited Yifeng. After Gentle Snow's group of 3 chatted for a while, a man wearing a black cloak came walking over. Zhao Yueru, who had originally been idle and bored, immediately widened her eyes in shock upon seeing who was approaching. Unable to help herself, she said, "Snow, don't tell me he's the person you invited?" "Of course. Who else do you think I would invite?" Gentle Snow chuckled lightly as she stood up to welcome that ordinary-looking man. Meanwhile, the identity of this ordinary-looking man was none other than Shifeng. Zhao Yueru possessed a certain understanding of Yifeng's strength. Although she felt a little hatred for the man, she could not help but admit that Yifeng was indeed very strong. If it were any other person, they would definitely be fooled by that ordinary appearance and aura of his. In fact, she, too, had suffered under a similar misconception. However, as someone who had personally witnessed Yifeng's strength, Zhao Yueru knew that he was definitely not the slightest bit inferior to them. From the dungeon raid, the previous few battles, as well as the fact that he was the first player to enter White River City, all of these clearly proved how strong Yifeng was. However, because of Black Flame's sudden celebrity, Yifeng's existence had slowly disappeared from everyone's minds. Even Zhao Yueru herself had nearly forgotten that there was still this hateful person. "Miss Snow, may I know why you have called me here this time?" Shifeng was somewhat curious about the reason for Gentle Snow's latest invitation. Previously, Gentle Snow had always been tight-lipped on the matter, so Shifeng had not asked about it. Now that the operation was set to begin, he needed to at least understand what they were to do. "Of course, if Miss Snow feels it inconvenient to speak, you need only tell me what you can. Since you're already here, there is naturally no need to keep this matter a secret any longer. It is a competition. 5 people, 5 matches, the first to win 3 wins the competition. I have invited you here to defeat one person on the opposition team. The remuneration is 20 million credits, Gentle Snow said truthfully. 20 million. Shifeng was greatly shocked upon hearing this amount. Previously, Gentle Snow had already paid 5 million upfront just to have him show up. With this additional 20 million, the total would come to 25 million credits. Wasn't it just a competition? Was there a need to be so extravagant? There were countless people in the world who could not earn 1,000,000 credits even after working for their entire lives. Yet, with just a few words, Gentle Snow had casually spent tens of millions. Comparisons were indeed odious. Originally, Shifeng had thought he could be considered a relatively wealthy person. Now, in comparison to Gentle Snow, he was practically a pauper. Of course, 20 million is just the basics. Depending on the opponent's strength, I can further increase the remuneration. Gentle Snow nodded. Okay, I accept this condition. Shifeng was naturally very satisfied with this deal. Currently, Zero Wing had just started its development, and Shifeng needed money for all aspects. Yet, he also could not constantly convert his coins into credits. Hence, this 20 million could definitely be considered a timely injection of funds. Upon Shifeng's agreement, Gentle Snow sighed in relief. With a great expert like him around, things should proceed much more smoothly later on. However, before she even had the time to feel joyous, she suddenly received a message. When she read this message, her expression immediately turned grim. At this moment, everyone beside Gentle Snow could feel a bone-chilling aura emanating from her. Chapter 397, A Different Outcome. Snow, what happened? Zhao Yueru asked. She knew Gentle Snow well enough to notice the change immediately. Seeing Gentle Snow's icy expression, Zhao Yueru knew that her friend was furious. Gentle Snow had always been a very calm person, she was not easily angered. Now, however, a single message had enraged her. Something big must have happened. Even Shifeng, who was not particularly familiar with Gentle Snow, could tell that the woman was furious. However, as an outsider, it was not appropriate for him to ask. After reading the message, Gentle Snow first felt anger, but soon, she seemed to deflate. Seeing this, Shifeng could tell that Gentle Snow wanted to say something but struggled with how to express her thoughts. There are many challenges throughout life, and for most, one must face them alone. In the end, Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile as she forwarded the message to Zhao Yueru. Nimble Snake. This inhuman, heartless animal. To think that we took care of him when he was at his lowest, provided him with resources, and even helped him become one of the 12 apostles of Ouroboros, yet he actually became someone else's lapdog. The next time I see him, I will break all 3 of his legs. Zhao Yueru bellowed the moment she finished reading the message. Big Sis Yueru, maybe this is a misunderstanding? Big Sis Snow taught and nurtured him personally, they're nearly blood siblings. How could he possibly betray her? Fierce Snake said, astonished when he heard Zhao Yueru's words. Nimble Snake was normally very appealing when in Gentle Snow's presence. Moreover, he had always been earnest and honest. He was also very loyal, he definitely was not someone who would betray his allies. If you don't believe me, then look at the evidence. Zhao Yueru made the message visible to everyone. This message was evidence that Nimble Snake had betrayed Gentle Snow before she even began to make plans. He had been reporting Gentle Snow's movements to those people, allowing them to take appropriate measures against her. Just an hour ago, Nimble Snake had officially become one of the opposition's 5 duelists. This was indisputable proof of Nimble Snake's treachery. Fierce Snake was speechless after reading the message, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He tried desperately to contact Nimble Snake. However, no matter how many times he tried, his calls never connected. Right now, Fierce Snake wanted to hunt down Nimble Snake and question him. However, this revelation hurt Gentle Snow the most. She had treated Nimble Snake like her own younger brother. Yet, in her hour of need, that brother slid his blade between her shoulders, stabbing her in the back. For the 5 matches, based on Gentle Snow's understanding of the opposition's strength, Nimble Snake, Yifeng, and herself had the highest chances of victory among her team. As for Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake, they didn't even have half a chance. Now that Nimble Snake had defected to their enemy, her side had become the underdog. Snow, don't worry. Even if Nimble Snake has become a turncoat, we still have the advocators, Zhao Yueru hurriedly consoled her friend. Their strength has risen significantly recently, and they're not completely without a chance of victory. I'll contact them and have them meet us. However, Gentle Snow simply waved off Zhao Yueru's suggestion. Since Nimble Snake had betrayed her, other than Yifeng, her opponent most likely knew all about her other options. Even if she called for the advocators under her wing, they probably would not heed her summons at all. As the situation had already devolved to this point, she could only look for a random person to fill the empty spot on her team and leave everything else to luck. Fortunately, she had yet to reach a dead end. If Zhao Yueru or Fierce Snake won their matches, they still might come out on top. At this moment, Gentle Snow was relieved that she had not revealed the matter regarding Yifeng. Otherwise, their position might be unsalvageable. Witnessing this from the side, Shifeng suddenly thought of Gentle Snow's sudden departure from both Ouroboros and God's domain in the past. At that time, the snow goddess had suddenly disappeared from God's domain, creating a commotion throughout the virtual gaming world. Everyone knew of her disappearance in the past. However, nobody had known what exactly had happened to cause Gentle Snow's sudden departure. Now that Shifeng thought about it, Gentle Snow's departure might very well have had something to do with strife within Ouroboros. Meanwhile, considering the situation, something that should not have happened for another 2 years had arrived ahead of time. Just what is going on here? Originally, Shi Feng had avoided obtaining the first clear of the land of death precisely because he was afraid of altering too much of history, making it more difficult for him to control the flow of events. However, the butterfly effect had still occurred. Moreover, history was even rapidly evolving in the worst possible way. If Gentle Snow left the virtual gaming world right now, Zero Wing would lose a reliable ally. Meanwhile, the other guilds would begin to target Zero Wing. This was not a future Shi Feng wished to see. Since history's development was already out of his control, Shi Feng no longer intended to suppress himself. He might as well alter history further and open a better path for himself in the future. While Zhao Yueru attempted desperately to contact people and Gentle Snow planned to look for a random substitute, Shi Feng suddenly walked up to them. "Miss Snow, if you need an expert, I can recommend one," Shi Feng said. Gentle Snow's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing Shi Feng's words. Zhao Yueru, on the other hand, simply rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, saying, "Yi Feng, stop messing around. What we need right now is not an ordinary expert, but a great expert. We need someone who can face an army of 100 by themselves. However, they also cannot be too famous, and it would be the best if they were a hidden expert. Although Zero Wing's Aqua Rose and Fire Dance indeed possess the strength, they are simply too well known. The opposition definitely will not agree to such powerful reinforcements." The competition was an internal matter for Ouroboros. Hence, both parties had agreed to conduct the competition secretly. Although obtaining foreign aid was allowed, the precondition was that said reinforcements could not be well-known experts, allowing them to avoid unwanted attention. Of course, not attracting attention was simply an excuse. In reality, the opposition simply wanted to limit Gentle Snow's options, preventing her from requesting the help of anyone too powerful. Gentle Snow had very little backing in Ouroboros. If both sides faced each other using only their available forces in Ouroboros, Gentle Snow would definitely be at a disadvantage. As for inviting Aqua Rose, someone who was just as famous as Gentle Snow, or Zero Wing's #1 assassin expert, Fire Dance, her opponents would never agree to their participation. And Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Unless the opposition had lost their minds and wholeheartedly wanted to lose. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Zhao Yueru. He then smiled and said, "The public is definitely not familiar with the person I am recommending. As for how strong that person currently is, I do not know. However, just recently, their strength ranked close to Aqua Rose and Fire Dance in Zero Wing's rankings." Listening to Shi Feng, Zhao Yueru racked her mind trying to figure out who Shi Feng referred to. However, based on Shi Feng's expression, he did not seem to be lying, and this only served to frustrate her even more. Gentle Snow's curiosity had also grown as she understood Zero Wing quite well. She had never expected that Zero Wing still hid such a powerful expert. The more she learned, the more she questioned her insight of Zero Wing. "I'll have to trouble you, then. As for remuneration, I will similarly pay them 20 million. Will that be all right?" Gentle Snow said as she gazed at Shi Feng gratefully. "Since Miss Snow has no problems with it, I'll contact that person immediately." Shi Feng nodded and called up the system menu. Chapter 398, Underground Arena. After Gentle Snow and the others had waited at Blue Mountain Restaurant for some time, a young girl in green robes finally appeared before them. Her hair had been pulled back into twin tails, and she radiated a holy aura. Shi Feng walked up to the young girl's side, turning to look at Gentle Snow and the others as he said, "Let me introduce you. This is Violet Cloud, a healer of Zero Wing's core team." Violet Cloud grew nervous as Gentle Snow and the others stared at her. Lowering her head, she softly muttered, "Hello." Gentle Snow's team was stunned. The great expert Shi Feng talked about was actually a young girl. Moreover, she was a cleric. She was only level 22, the same as Shi Feng. As a great expert, Violet Cloud's level was somewhat low. After all, they were all level 24. Although a 2-level gap was not considerably large, when experts fought, this little gap might lead to a loss. Such incidents were common in God's domain. Moreover, it was common knowledge that, although clerics had a certain amount of combat power, compared to other classes, they were, by far, inferior. Violet Cloud might possess excellent combat techniques, but that would only work against ordinary players. If she fought an equally skilled expert with a pure combat class, Violet Cloud had no chance of obtaining victory. Zhao Yueru immediately shot a hateful glare at Shifeng. Originally, she had thought Shifeng's behavior had changed for the better. However, she now discovered that she had been greatly mistaken. Shifeng simply did not have a bottom line. Even during such a crucial time, he still had the audacity to make fools out of them. Did he really think they were going up against a bunch of noobs? However, just as Zhao Yueru was about to give Shifeng a piece of her mind, Gentle Snow stopped her. "Since everyone's here, I'll lead the way, then," Gentle Snow said. She then went out to the street and hailed a carriage. In reality, Gentle Snow also thought of replacing Violet Cloud. However, since Shifeng had guaranteed results and she had already arrived, rejecting Violet Cloud would only disrespect Shifeng. In any case, the result would be the same even if she replaced the cleric with a random player. Since it wouldn't really matter who took Violet Cloud's place, she might as well humor Shifeng a little. Shaking his head, Shifeng could not help but laugh as he watched Gentle Snow's figure board the carriage. He then said, "Violet, I look forward to your performance today." "Yes, sir. I definitely won't disappoint you." Violet Cloud nodded with determination. Following which, the two boarded the carriage as well. Shifeng was very familiar with Violet Cloud's combat techniques. She was a first-class cleric in Zero Wing. Only, due to the limitations of her initial class, she could not display her strength fully. Now that she had successfully become an astromancer, however, things had changed. Moreover, until now, Gentle Snow and the others had failed to notice one thing. He and Violet Cloud were no longer Tier 0 players. They were now Tier 1 players. Of course, a player's tier would not reveal itself to a basic identification skill. One required an advanced identification skill. It was also because of this that advanced identification skills became must-have skills later in the game. If one unknowingly provoked a high-tiered player, it would be too late for regrets. After all, the gap in tiers was much wider than the gap in levels. At this stage of the game, players rushed to level up and raid dungeons. It was even more so for the members of the various guilds. Nobody had the time for their class change quests. After all, a basic class change quest required players to invest at least 2 to 3 days. Moreover, class change quests were not easy to complete. On the off chance that they failed, they would have wasted a lot of their time. Hence, everyone chose to level up first and upgrade their equipment so that they would have a much easier time with their class change quests in the future. Even a great expert like Gentle Snow was of the same mind. There was also another reason why nobody was in a hurry to challenge their class change quest. Everyone still lacked a clear understanding of Tier 1 classes. They did not know just how much of an improvement a Tier 1 class could provide. Hence, none of the guilds in God's domain were in a hurry to push their members to complete their class changes. They all focused on claiming the first clear of dungeons, setting aside their class changes for now. 2 hours later, Gentle Snow led everyone to Starmoon City's underground arenas. The underground arena was a holy land for players who loved PvP. During the later stages of the game, it was also a place to make a lot of money. Countless players would come to watch the fights here, and many of these spectators would bet on their favorite players. Meanwhile, the winners could receive a commission from the bets. The underground arena was also separated into a few different areas. There was the basic area, advanced area, and special area. Meanwhile, the commission players could obtain and the conditions to enter each zone were different. In the basic area, any player could enter to watch or participate in the fights. The advanced area was slightly different. If players wished to watch the fights there, they needed to pay a small fee. Meanwhile, if one wished to participate in the advanced area, they needed to face a minimum of 20 opponents in the basic area and win 80% of their matches. Victors in the advanced area would receive a commission of 1%. In other words, they would receive 1% of the total bets placed on their match. If a lot of players gambled on the fight, it would serve as a hefty income. Lastly, the victor would also receive 10% of the entrance fees. The special area had an even higher entry requirement. First, the entrance fees were much higher for the special area. As for players who wished to join the fights, they needed to have a minimum of 20 matches in the basic area under their belts and have won 90% of their battles. However, there was another option for players to become participants in the special area, the system's test. The system had to determine a player was an expert before they could fight in the special area. Meanwhile, victors would receive a 3% commission in addition to 30% of the entrance fees. In the basic area, advanced area, and special area, there was one more difference between them: the size of the arenas. Each of the arenas in the basic area could only house up to 300 people, while the advanced area could house up to 1,500 people, and the special area could house up to 10,000 people. As long as a player had sufficient strength, they could make a lot of money in the underground arenas. In the past, Shifeng had earned quite a lot from this place. At this stage of the game, although the underground arenas were not particularly popular and many of the rooms were empty, one could already see signs of prosperity in this place. In a few months, this place would definitely become very lively. Basic Room 29. This should be it. Gentle Snow looked at the number plate hanging on the door before opening it. Inside the room, over 30 players had already gathered. These players all possessed very high levels. The lowest among them was level 23, while the highest was level 25. None of these players were ordinary. Nimble Snake, you traitor. You dare to show your face here. Have you forgotten who it was that helped you to achieve the wealth and status you possess today? Zhao Yueru's temper exploded the moment she saw a simple-looking youth standing among the crowd. That simple-looking youth was none other than the person Gentle Snow had spared no effort in cultivating, Nimble Snake. He was a level 24 assassin, and currently, he was fully armed with the level 20 Crimson Blood set equipment, a secret silver set equipment meant for assassins. In response to Zhao Yueru's curses, Nimble Snake remained calm as he swept a glance at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. He then laughed coldly and said, "Zhao Yueru, I admit that Gentle Snow has treated me well these past few years. However, as the saying goes, man struggles upwards, water flows downward. Since Brother Chao's team is stronger, what is wrong with me joining them? With your strength, you wish to contest for the position of guild leader? Don't make me laugh. Zhao Yueru, you, on the other hand, you are someone that Brother Chao has always liked. Join us, and everyone will be on the same side in the future. Of course, you can also refuse. When you all lose, Brother Chao can only follow the appointed rules, and Gentle Snow can forget about the virtual gaming world in the future." Chapter 399, Death Mode. Although Nimble Snake's voice was soft, his tone was sharp and unquestionable. Gentle Snow frowned upon hearing Nimble Snake's words, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Chao Qinghua actually targeted Zhao Yueru for his own team. However, when Gentle Snow considered the matter, she could not find anything strange about Chao Qinghua's actions. Zhao Yueru's potential and strength were both very high. In the past, Zhao Yueru had been uninterested in virtual reality games and had only started gaming due to her unyielding insistence. Meanwhile, despite never training seriously, Zhao Yueru's strength had reached frightening levels. Zhao Yueru's talent was obvious to anyone who had seen her fight. If Zhao Yueru had bothered to put more effort into her training before this, very few in Ouroboros would have been a match for her. At this moment, a majestic-looking middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing this man, everyone among the crowd respectfully moved aside. This man was none other than Ouroboros' acting guild leader, Chao Qinghua. Even looking at him from afar, they could clearly feel the pressure Chao Qinghua emitted from his gaze alone. Chao Qinghua felt like a ferocious beast. Chao Qinghua was currently level 24, and he was fully armed with the level 20 Wind Roar set equipment, a secret silver set equipment meant for berserkers. On his back, he carried a great sword that was as tall as he was. The great sword was the Iron Cutter, and it was one of the few dark gold weapons in Star Moon Kingdom. Enough. Nimble Snake, you've said too much. Chao Qinghua reprimanded as he shot a glance at the assassin. Yes, guild leader, Nimble Snake self-consciously retreated behind Chao Qinghua and fell silent, gazing at his guild leader with reverence. Yueru, I hope that you will consider your options carefully. You will not have a future if you stay by Gentle Snow's side. Only by joining my team will you have a bright future in God's domain, achieving your dreams. With a charming smile, Chao Qinghua tried to persuade Zhao Yueru. Forget it. I will never join you, Zhao Yueru snapped, hatred coloring her expression as she sneered at Chao Qinghua. The battle hasn't even begun yet. The winner and loser still haven't been determined. If we lose, I will leave the virtual gaming world with Snow. Yueru. Gentle Snow's heart was moved. Humph. It seems you refuse to see things my way until you face reality. With just your 2 level 22 aides, even I feel sorry for you. Nimble Snake snorted and laughed disdainfully. Originally, Zhao Yueru had wanted to refute Nimble Snake's words, but when she saw Chao Qinghua's team members and looked at her own team, they truly were a pitiful sight. Chao Qinghua's team consisted of 4 level 24 players. Other than Chao Qinghua and Nimble Snake, there was Ouroboros's third branch leader, Blackheart Arrow, and the strongest member of the 12 Apostles, Soaring Snake. As for Chao Qinghua's last team member, he was a level 25 shield warrior who had hidden his identity behind a black cloak. Initially, Zhao Yueru still had some hope for victory. However, after seeing Chao Qinghua's team, other than Blackheart Arrow, whom she had a 40% certainty of defeating, her chances of defeating the other 4 were less than 30%. Moreover, Chao Qinghua's team also had Soaring Snake. Even Gentle Snow only possessed slightly more than a 50% chance of victory against him. Since everyone has arrived, this competition will be overseen by us elders. There are a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first to claim 3 victories will win. The victor will become Ouroboros guild leader, while the loser will leave God's domain forever. The main God system has already accepted this condition. In addition, the arena has been set at death mode. A match will conclude only after one side has died. Before entering the arena, either side can choose to forfeit. That way, even if it is a loss, you won't have to suffer the penalty of death mode. If no one has any issues, you too can check the agreement. The main God system will bear testimony to this agreement. After agreeing, you can start drawing the lots for the battle. Gentle Snow and Chao Qinghua nodded, confirming their agreement. Neither side really cared about the arena being set to death mode. Originally, players fighting in the underground arenas would not die even when defeated. Their HPs would stop decreasing after reaching 1. However, players could also enable death mode. This mode of battle was the equivalent of PvP out in the field, and players would suffer the same penalties for death, losing 1 level and dropping 1 random piece of their equipment. They would also randomly lose some skill proficiency points. The only difference about death mode was that a player's crime value would not increase for killing their opponent. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who stood by the side, finally understood what was going on after listening to Ouroboros's elder's explanation. It turned out that Gentle Snow's mysterious departure in the past had been because of this competition. It was also obvious that Gentle Snow had lost the competition in the past. As for why she had lost, Shifeng could see that, as well. With a treacherous bastard like Nimble Snake stabbing her in the back at the most crucial of moments, how could Gentle Snow possibly walk away victorious? Seeing the predicament Gentle Snow was in, Shifeng suddenly thought of himself. Gentle Snow had only fallen to her current predicament because of her bad judgment of people. Shifeng had suffered a similar fate in the past. After campaigning for a decade in God's domain, instead of suffering defeat at the hands of his enemy, world dominators, his own people got rid of him. It was truly laughable. Just as Shifeng recalled his past, the level 25 shield warrior on Chao Qinghua's team finally removed his cloak and revealed his true appearance. Why is he here? Disbelief filled Shifeng upon seeing this shield warrior's identity. This shield warrior was War Wolf. Shifeng had met him once in the past, and the man had left a very deep impression on Shifeng. He was definitely a top-tier expert, and even Shifeng had wanted to recruit him. However, War Wolf, at that time, had hated guilds deeply, so Shifeng had no choice but to give up on his endeavor. Hence, he was greatly surprised that War Wolf had actually shown up as foreign aid for Chao Qinghua. War Wolf's appearance also shocked Gentle Snow. She had previously tried to recruit War Wolf back in White River City. However, the middle-aged man had rejected her, and after that, they both went their separate ways. As for how strong War Wolf was, even Gentle Snow herself was unsure. However, seeing that even the usually arrogant soaring snake and tyrannical Chao Qinghua showed him respect, it clear that something was amiss. After observing War Wolf for some time, Gentle Snow's gaze suddenly turned solemn. She could feel War Wolf's body radiating a sense of extreme danger. This was something that she had never felt before, even from Soaring Snake. Although Gentle Snow wished to oppose War Wolf's participation, until today, War Wolf had been utterly unknown in God's domain. Hence, arguing the matter wouldn't do any good. Compared to Gentle Snow's grave expression, Chao Qinghua currently appeared carefree. What is with Gentle Snow? I thought she would have invited some powerful experts, yet, she actually invited 2 level 22 players. One of them is even a cleric. What a disappointment, the elementalist, Soaring Snake, commented. Before Gentle Snow's team had arrived, he had planned to let loose, displaying his full might. Now that he was looking at them, however, it would seem that he would not get the chance today. Perhaps my departure had dealt too big of a blow to Gentle Snow, so she simply found a few people to fill the gaps. Otherwise, why would she even invite a cleric? Nimble Snake laughed, mocking the other team. Right now, the only threats are Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Fierce Snake. Unfortunately, it is impossible for Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake to win their matches. Just as Chao Qinghua's group laughed, confident of their victory, the system promptly announced the players who would fight in the first match. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted towards the large screen above the arena. First match, Zhao Yueru vs. Chao Qinghua. Chapter 400, A Strange Blow. After the system revealed the first set of opponents, Zhao Yueru and Chao Qinghua promptly entered the arena. Zhao Yueru was an elementalist, while Chao Qinghua was a berserker. In terms of levels and equipment, both were evenly matched. Though Chao Qinghua was slightly superior to Zhao Yueru regarding techniques, Zhao Yueru had the class advantage in this matchup. Hence, the victor was not apparent at first glance. Yet, Nimble Snake and the others revealed playful smiles as if victory was already in their grasp. Seeing these reactions, Gentle Snow grew slightly confused. Gentle Snow had a fair grasp on Chao Qinghua's strength and ability. Although his techniques were slightly superior to Zhao Yueru's, there was a limit to how much of an advantage that could bring him. At most, it would help him bridge the gap between classes. Hence, it would not be easy for Chao Qinghua to obtain a victory. Yet, why were Nimble Snake and the others behaving so confidently? Yueru, be careful. Chao Qinghua seems odd today. Don't let him approach you, no matter what, Gentle Snow secretly sent a whisper to Zhao Yueru. Emichim, I understand. Don't worry. For the competition, I prepared and completed a high-level quest, obtaining a powerful skill. I will definitely make Chao Qinghua suffer, Zhao Yueru replied with a carefree smile. Although Zhao Yueru appeared relaxed at the moment, inwardly, she was on full alert. Although her match was only the first in this 5-round competition, it was also a crucial fight. If she won, then their chances at winning this entire competition would increase beyond 50%. Big Brother Yifeng, is that Chao Qinghua an amazing expert? Violet Cloud asked when she saw the confident Chao Qinghua. He is an expert. However, he doesn't have what it takes to defeat Zhao Yueru with a 100% certainty. After all, other than mentality, there are other factors that can contribute to the result of a battle. Shi Feng shook his head. In the past, Chao Qinghua had been the guild leader of Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Ouroboros had been a guild that mainly focused its development in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, as the guild leader of Shadow back then, Shi Feng had collected plenty of information on Chao Qinghua, and he had an acute understanding of Chao Qinghua's strength. While Shi Feng and Violet Cloud secretly conversed, the battle at the arena had begun. The moment the battle started, Chao Qinghua held nothing back and immediately activated Flame Charge, followed by a violent strike. Chao Qinghua was like a violent beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Naturally, Zhao Yueru would not give Chao Qinghua a chance to close in on her. Chanting an incantation, one of her hands waved the staff it held while the other swiftly traced lines of divine runes in the air. When Chao Qinghua was only 20 yards away from Zhao Yueru, an ice sphere appeared, blocking his path. If the ice sphere struck him, the damage would only be a secondary problem. The main problem was the movement speed reduction of the spell. After all, berserkers were not exactly known for their mobility. Hence, when elementalists fought berserkers, kiting was their basic strategy. Responding quickly, Chao Qinghua turned sharply and circled the ice sphere from the right. However, immediately after he dodged the ice sphere, multiple frost arrows flew towards him. Chao Qinghua smiled disdainfully at this sight. Swinging the dark gold ranked iron cutter, he smashed and shattered the frost arrows coming at him before renewing his charge once more. However, as if she had expected this outcome, Zhao Yueru waved her staff once more and cast Ice Dragon Blast, sending a large serpentine dragon at Chao Qinghua. She then cast Ice Wall to seal off the berserker's surroundings. Shatter. Chao Qinghua gripped his sword with both hands and swung the weapon at the ice dragon, activating Horizontal Slash. However, the instant the ice dragon shattered, a layer of frost appeared on Chao Qinghua's body, reducing his movement speed sharply. Zhao Yueru immediately followed up with 3 ice spears. Although Chao Qinghua wanted to block the incoming attacks, the frost covering his body drastically slowed his movements. In the end, he only managed to block one of the spears, allowing the remaining to reach their mark, -215, -221. 2 damages appeared above Chao Qinghua's head. However, at level 24, Chao Qinghua possessed 3,320 HP, so these 2 attacks only managed to decrease his HP by slightly over 10%. At this moment, Chao Qinghua frowned. He had clearly shattered the ice dragon, yet, why had the freezing effect still taken hold? It seems the effect of this new skill is quite powerful after all. Zhao Yueru was very satisfied with her previous attack. Ice Dragon Blast was the advanced skill Zhao Yueru had recently learned. Opponents could defend against ordinary spells. However, Ice Dragon Blast was slightly different. Even if her opponent blocked the attack although it would not deal any damage, it would still inflict a speed reduction effect lasting 5 seconds. When used against classes with low mobility like the Berserker, it was extremely useful. Now that Chao Qinghua's speed had fallen, Zhao Yueru would take advantage of it. First, she cast Frozen Circle, freezing the slowed Chao Qinghua. A magic array then appeared by Zhao Yueru's side, and 5 fireballs the size of washbasins circled the elementalist. Go! Zhao Yueru cast Flame Barrage and bombarded Chao Qinghua with attacks. Ice Spear was a fast attack spell. It possessed speed, but not power. Hence, the 2 previous attacks had merely been a scratch to Chao Qinghua. However, Flame Barrage was different. If all 5 fireballs struck the guild leader, he would lose over half of his HP. At this moment, Chao Qinghua was still frozen in place, unable to move. He could not dodge the bombardment of the 5 incoming great fireballs. Good. We've won. Fierce Snake shouted excitedly. Just before the 5 great fireballs struck Chao Qinghua, however, the berserker's skin suddenly flushed red, and his body seemed to grow. The layer of frost binding his legs instantly shattered. Nobody would have thought that Chao Qinghua had learned a control removal skill. In the next moment, Chao Qinghua released a thundering roar. He then brandished his great sword with both hands as he charged at the nearest great fireball. With a slash of his sword, Chao Qinghua split the spell in half. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 great fireballs merely rubbed past Chao Qinghua's body, each dealing slightly over -100 damage. After breaking through Zhao Yueru's flame barrage, the distance between Chao Qinghua and Zhao Yueru was only 8 yards. Launching himself into the air, Chao Qinghua activated Death Leap and arrived by Zhao Yueru's side. He followed up with a thunderclap before twisting his body and using Cleave. In a panic, Zhao Yueru hurriedly used Blink. However, she was too late. Not only had Thunderclap reduced her speed, but she also took the full brunt of Chao Qinghua's Cleave. Instantly, Zhao Yueru's HP of over 2,600 points fell to around 1,700 points. Fortunately, Zhao Yueru had kept Magic Shield active, absorbing a certain amount of damage. Otherwise, Chao Qinghua's Cleave would have destroyed at least half of her HP. However, just after Zhao Yueru used Blink to pull a distance of 15 yards between Chao Qinghua and herself, the Berserker used Charge for the second time, approaching the Elementalist at high speeds. Zhao Yueru waved her staff, sending out multiple ice spears. Facing these attacks, Chao Qinghua had no choice but to defend himself with his greatsword, slowing him down. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueru took this chance to widen the gap between them further, not forgetting to use control skills like Ice Wall and Ice Sphere while she made her escape. However, due to the debuff from Thunderclap, Zhao Yueru's movement speed had greatly reduced. Meanwhile, ever since Chao Qinghua's body had increased in size, he had been able to shrug off control effects. After fending off Zhao Yueru's attacks, he charged at the Elementalist and activated Trisecting Slash. 3 crescent-shaped blades of light flew at Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru used Frost Shield to block the attacks, taking the chance to jump away and dodge Chao Qinghua's Trisecting Slash. However, as if he had predicted what Zhao Yueru would do, Chao Qinghua charged towards her new position, swinging his greatsword violently. Horizontal Slash. Zhao Yueru knew that she could not avoid this attack. Blink was still on cooldown. She needed a little more time before she could use it again. With no other choice, she could only block the attack with her staff. Although mages had low strength, they could still use their weapons to block attacks, reducing the damage received. Not to mention, she still had Magic Shield. As long as she endured a few hits, she could use Blink to escape. Normally, control skills like the one Chao Qinghua had used did not possess a very long duration. Moreover, Zhao Yueru had already seen through the trajectory of Chao Qinghua's attack. She could easily angle her staff to utilize the force of the impact to pull away from Chao Qinghua. However, after Chao Qinghua's iron cutter landed on her staff, Zhao Yueru did not feel any force transmitted to her hands. Instead, the greatsword appeared at Zhao Yueru's side. Chao Qinghua's attack shattered the magic shield and struck Zhao Yueru viciously. Chapter 401, Omnivision. What happened? Gentle Snow, who watched the fight from the spectator stands, focused on Chao Qinghua, her mind replaying Chao Qinghua's last attack. No matter how she looked at it, Zhao Yueru had blocked the attack. Yet, somehow, Chao Qinghua's sword had appeared somewhere completely different. It was like a magical sword. Zhao Yueru was just as confused. She could not understand what had happened. However, she no longer had the time to think on it. Chao Qinghua's attack dealt -1,241 damage, reducing Zhao Yueru's originally low HP to 470 points. If she suffered another attack, she would die. Mages were especially weak in terms of defense, strength, and agility. If a melee class like the Berserker close in on a mage, only tragedy awaited them. Zhao Yueru instinctively used Flame's Circle, a type of instantaneous activation spell. Immediately, a ring of flame expanded outwards, forcing her enemies to retreat. Qiao Qinghua remained unfazed by the incoming flames as he swung his greatsword down at them. Boom! Qiao Qinghua's greatsword sliced apart the ring of flame. However, he was still forced to take a step back due to the resulting impact, abruptly stopping his attack momentum. Taking this chance, Zhao Yueru retreated while pelting Qiao Qinghua with frost arrows. Don't even think of escaping. Qiao Qinghua roared. Enduring the attacks from the frost arrows, he sent a horizontal sweep at Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru used her staff to defend once more. This time, Zhao Yueru focused on the great sword, devoting her full attention to determining the weapon's trajectory. Just as Iron Cutter was about to land, Zhao Yueru quickly shifted her staff to block the attack. Qiao Qinghua, however, simply revealed a mocking smile as he focused all his power into his slash. Once again, something strange occurred. Qiao Qinghua's Iron Cutter suddenly disappeared before reappearing and striking Zhao Yueru's blind spot. Before Zhao Yueru realized what had happened, her body was on the ground, her vision darkening. Zhao Yueru, do you understand now? Only by following me will you have a bright future ahead of you, Qiao Qinghua said as he looked down at Zhao Yueru's fallen body. Zhao Yueru wanted to rise and retaliate. Unfortunately, her HP had already fallen to 0. Victor in the first match, Qiao Qinghua. Meanwhile, not only had Zhao Yueru lost a level after dying, but she had also dropped a piece of her equipment and lost a significant amount of skill proficiency. After resurrecting, Zhao Yueru walked up to Gentle Snow, her disappointment written all over her face. Feeling deeply ashamed, she said, "Snow, I'm sorry." Her loss had undoubtedly increased the burden on the later fights. After all, out of the next 4 matches, they needed to win 3 to win this competition. It's not your fault. Qiao Qinghua hid his strength too well. Not only did he learn a control removal skill, but he also learned a new, mysterious skill. There is nothing wrong with losing to him, Gentle Snow comforted. Leave the rest to me. Emichim. Zhao Yueru silently nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Although Gentle Snow had consoled her, she could not forgive herself. What frustrated her the most was the fact that she didn't even know how she had lost. Shi Feng, who had observed the fight from a distance, was similarly surprised. Since when had Qiao Qinghua become so strong? Thinking back to Qiao Qinghua and his team's expressions, Shi Feng finally understood why they had been so confident in Qiao Qinghua's victory. Big brother Yifeng, do you know what sort of skill this Qiao Qinghua used? Even after watching the match, I still failed to discern the attack pattern of that strike of his. Qiao Qinghua's attack clearly wasn't that fast, yet, his blade had suddenly vanished and reappeared somewhere else. How can anybody block such an attack? Violet Cloud was curious about Qiao Qinghua's previous attacks. If Qiao Qinghua possessed such a strange skill, then one could only kite him and kill him from a distance. Did you think that was a skill? Shi Feng chuckled. Was it not a berserker's skill? Violet Cloud asked, surprise filling her face. Shi Feng shook his head, explaining, that isn't an in-game skill. Rather, it is a martial arts technique. A martial arts technique? Violet Cloud gaped. If anyone else had said these words, she would suspect that they were boasting. However, if they came from Shi Feng, they must be true. Qiao Qinghua used a technique similar to rock-paper-scissors, using scissors before he took action. Zhao Yueru, upon noticing Qiao Qinghua was about to use scissors, naturally chose rock. However, before the two clashed, Qiao Qinghua suddenly changed to paper. So, Qiao Qinghua won, while Zhao Yueru could not figure out how Qiao Qinghua had used paper. That's the general idea of this technique. Although it sounds easy theoretically, it is actually quite difficult to pull off. One needs to have learned Omnivision and carefully observe their opponent. However, I'm not referring the ordinary observations we make. One needs to see the whole picture, looking at everything objectively without bias to gain insight into the enemy's actions. When Chao Qinghua had attacked earlier, he had analyzed Zhao Yueru's actions, her body's movements, defensive positions, everything. Hence, when Zhao Yueru was about to defend herself, Chao Qinghua changed the trajectory of his attack, striking Zhao Yueru's blind spot. By the time Zhao Yueru reacted, she had already taken damage. Of course, when Chao Qinghua swung his greatsword, he had also used a technique called second acceleration. When he swung his greatsword, he had not attacked with his full power, using only around 40%. Only when he changed his attack's trajectory did he use his full power. Such a sudden acceleration leaves an afterimage, causing one to think that the greatsword still followed its original trajectory. So, when you saw Chao Qinghua's sword suddenly vanish, what you actually saw was a false image produced by your mind. Zhao Yueru does not possess such combat experience, and she has no martial arts training. It is only natural that she lost. A realization struck Violet Cloud as she listened to Shi Feng's explanation. After hearing Shi Feng, Violet Cloud felt as if a door had opened within her, and she had discovered a whole new world beyond that threshold. So, players could use such techniques in battle. As Violet Cloud recovered from her shock, a new thought suddenly popped into her mind. Since Big Brother Yifeng can explain it in such detail, does that mean that Big Brother Yifeng knows how to do it as well? The thought excited the young cleric. As Shi Feng and Violet Cloud discussed the fight among themselves, the system revealed the next pair of combatants. Shi Feng then shifted his gaze to the electronic display above the arena. Second match, Gentle Snow vs. Blackheart Arrow. Gentle Snow was a berserker, while Blackheart Arrow was a ranger. Comparing classes, berserkers were the more dominant of the two classes. Although rangers had some close combat capabilities, their advantage lay in their ultra-long-range attacks. They were more suited for fighting in jungles or forests. In this arena with limited space and no obstacles to use as a cover, rangers were at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Gentle Snow's techniques were stronger than Blackheart Arrow's. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, however, Blackheart Arrow was still very calm. There was even a hint of scorn in his eyes, his gaze void of the respect he had shown Gentle Snow in the past. When both fighters entered the arena, the countdown for the battle began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Blackheart Arrow immediately spun around and activated Wind Chaser, intending to increase the distance between him and his opponent. However, Gentle Snow's first attack stunned everyone present. Chapter 402, The Terrifying War Goddess. What is Gentle Snow trying to do? Everyone in the spectator stands was baffled. Even Zhao Yueru, who was very familiar with Gentle Snow, was dumbfounded by her friend's actions. Gentle Snow had thrown her blue greatsword the moment the battle started. Any player who lost their main weapons was tantamount to a beast without its claws and fangs. Yet, Gentle Snow took the initiative to discard her main weapon in order to attack her enemy. Berserkers were not ranged fighters. Although the greatsword she threw possessed some power, its attack pattern was very straightforward. The greatsword was not very fast, so players could easily dodge it. Meanwhile, if Gentle Snow lost her main weapon, she could not attack or defend. If she relied solely on a berserker's mobility and dodging capabilities, an expert ranger like Blackheart Arrow could defeat her effortlessly. Zhao Yueru's loss had already forced Gentle Snow to the edge of the cliff, and she could not afford carelessness in the second match. If Gentle Snow lost her match as well, their hopes of victory would be dashed. It seems that Zhao Yueru's loss was quite a blow to Gentle Snow. Why is she acting so impulsively? Many of the elders who silently supported Gentle Snow lamented at this sight. Before this battle had even begun, the victor of both this match and this competition had been determined. If even Gentle Snow lost, the other members of her team didn't have a prayer. The only person who had a chance at victory was Fierce Snake. However, Chao Qinghua still had Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake fighting for him. As for War Wolf, even Chao Qinghua treated the shield warrior respectfully. The man must be astonishingly powerful. In the arena, Blackheart Arrow discovered the blue greatsword soaring towards him. He grinned. Gentle Snow, you're seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless. Blackheart Arrow immediately adjusted his footwork. Sidestepping, he twisted slightly. His movements were incredibly subtle, and his dodging techniques were reminiscent of a martial arts master. In the next moment, Gentle Snow's blue sky flew past Blackheart Arrow, missing his side by a few centimeters. At this moment, Blackheart Arrow revealed a savage expression. Whenever he had fought Gentle Snow in the past, the latter would always beat him into a pulp. Even today, he was not absolutely confident that he could triumph over the snow goddess. However, she had foolishly thrown her great sword, assuming that he couldn't dodge it. Now that she no longer had her main weapon, she could not deflect his rain of arrows. Blackheart Arrow retrieved the deep blue longbow from his back and retrieved the precious wind-breaking arrows from his bag. He then knocked the arrows, aimed at Gentle Snow, and drew his bow into a full moon. Wind-breaking arrows. There was also an additional knockback effect and the arrow hit its target. Furthermore, the bow Blackheart Arrow used, Blue Wings, had an effect that increased an arrow's speed by an additional 15%. Compiling both of these effects, even an agility-focused assassin would struggle to dodge his attacks. At most, they could use their weapons to deflect the arrows. Previously, Blackheart Arrow had tested the wind-breaking arrows with Nimble Snake. Within 20 yards, even with Nimble Snake's skills and extremely fast reaction speed, he could only use his daggers to defend himself against the arrows. Hence, there was no way a low agility and unarmed berserker could protect herself from them. This was one of the reasons why Blackheart Arrow was confident that he would defeat Gentle Snow. Just as Blackheart Arrow was about to fire 3 wind-breaking arrows at Gentle Snow, the snow goddess suddenly revealed a faint smile. Watch how I'll get rid of. Ah! Blackheart Arrow suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and he plunged, face first into the ground. A damage of -1,342 appeared above his head, his HP decreasing by almost half. Blackheart Arrow's mind was blank as his body fell to the ground. What happened? Hadn't he been the one attacking? How had he fallen? There was even an additional heavily injured debuff on him now. His movement speed and attack speed had decreased by 20% for 6 seconds. Moreover, by the time he looked up, the blue greatsword Gentle Snow had thrown had somehow returned to her, and the berserker was charging at him. Wasn't that death throw? When did Gentle Snow learn it? Moreover, the skills level has actually reached Tier 1. Is it an innate skill of her weapon? With his wealth of experience, Shi Feng had immediately discerned the skill Gentle Snow had used. Death Throw was not a skill unique to berserkers. Rather, it was a special skill with a 2-staged attack. Those unaware of this skill would simply think that Gentle Snow had thrown her weapon. However, Death Throw basically made her weapon boomerang. Normally, after players dodged the first attack, they would launch a counterattack, failing to notice the second attack from behind. Moreover, Death Throw's second attack contained far more speed and destructive power than the first. At Tier 0, Death Throw would inflict a heavily injured debuff upon hitting the target. It was even more powerful at Tier 1. This 2-staged attack fooled many players, and as a result, they would lose their lives. Blackheart Arrow knew that he was in danger at the moment. However, Gentle Snow was still more than 10 yards from him. Hurriedly, he climbed up from the ground, intending to escape while firing the wind-breaking arrows at Gentle Snow, knocking her back. However, the moment Blackheart Arrow stood, he suddenly discovered Gentle Snow slashing down her blue greatsword despite the distance between them. In the next moment, over a dozen blue wind blades flew towards him. With both his movement speed and attack speed reduced, Blackheart Arrow would have a difficult time blocking or dodging. The ranger immediately released an angry bellow, intending to activate a life-saving skill, backward jump. However, why can't I use any of my skills? Blackheart Arrow discovered that he could not use backward jump. He then looked at the blue wind blades that were suddenly before him, crying out in confusion. Shwa! 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 The dozen or so wind blades shredded Blackheart Arrow's body, and damages over -300 appeared above his head, one after another. In the end, his HP fell to 0. As the ranger's body transformed into particles of light, a deep blue longbow had been left behind in his place. Victor of the second match, Gentle Snow. Chao Qinghua, his teammates, as well as the elders of Ouroboros standing at the spectator stands, were dumbfounded. Gentle Snow had only used 2 moves to defeat Blackheart Arrow, Ouroboros' third branch leader. It was simply unbelievable. Is this her true strength? Chao Qinghua watched Gentle Snow's figure as she departed from the arena with a grim expression. Fortunately, Gentle Snow's opponent had been Blackheart Arrow, the weakest of the 5 on Chao Qinghua's team. If she had fought anyone else this round, Gentle Snow might have had a chance of becoming the victor of this competition and the guild leader of Ouroboros. Big brother Yifeng, Big sis Snow is so amazing. She took out an expert with just 2 moves. Violet Cloud exclaimed with awe. Indeed. Shifeng nodded, smiling faintly. Blackheart Arrow did not know that, if struck by the Tier 1 death throw, players would also suffer a silence effect, which prevented them from using any skills for a short time. This was why the skill was known as the death throw. Gentle Snow's brilliant victory had undeniably increased the morale of her team. They now only needed to win 2 of the 3 remaining matches. Moreover, Gentle Snow's intense domination had given the opposition some pause. Just as Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake celebrated Gentle Snow's victory, the next combatants were announced. Chapter 403, Boiling Fury. Chao Qinghua's team, who had fallen silent due to Gentle Snow's display, suddenly smiled upon seeing the names for the 3rd match. 3rd match, Fierce Snake vs. War Wolf. Fierce Snake was a berserker, while War Wolf was a shield warrior. Regarding combat power, berserkers held the advantage over shield warriors. However, shield warriors possessed high HP and defense, as well as plenty of life-saving skills, making them far more difficult to deal with than other classes. In general, neither class had an edge over the other. Hence, the players' techniques would determine the outcome of this 3rd match. Gentle Snow looked at the shield warrior who had remained silent and calm throughout the competition. Despite doing nothing, War Wolf exuded a faint pressure that made one unconsciously distance themselves from him. No matter how Gentle Snow examined War Wolf, she could never mistake him for an ordinary expert. Even her core team's MT, Ghost Chop, had admitted that he had only started playing as shield warrior because of this man. Furthermore, Chao Qinghua and the rest of his team treated War Wolf with great respect. This showed that War Wolf's standards were top tier, and he should not be any weaker than Nimble Snake. Of the 12 apostles, Soaring Snake ranked 1st, Nimble Snake ranked 3rd, and Fierce Snake ranked 9th. If Fierce Snake fought Nimble Snake, his chances of victory only hovered between 30% and 40%. If War Wolf was stronger than Nimble Snake and was about equal to Soaring Snake, then Fierce Snake's chances of victory were only around 20% to 30%. However, War Wolf did not play a damage-dealing class. His attacks would not be very powerful. On the other hand, a berserker also wore plate armor. Unlike leather and cloth armor classes, berserkers would not die so easily. Knowing this, War Wolf was prepared to fight a battle of attrition and slowly exhaust Fierce Snake to death. After all, that was the shield warrior's specialty. Fierce Snake, your opponent is not simple. Make sure you don't cross swords with him for too long and give him any openings, Gentle Snow whispered a reminder to Fierce Snake. She then took a gold-rimmed skill book from her bag, carefully handing it to Fierce Snake, saying, "Learn this skill. If you use it at a crucial moment, you might defeat him. Fierce Snake's heart pounded the moment he read the introduction of this skill book. This skill book was an extremely rare burst skill for berserkers, Boiling Fury. For a short time, the skill increased the player's damage by 40%, strength by 15%, and attack speed by 30%. Moreover, the less HP the player had, the faster their attack speed would become. To a berserker, this skill book's value far surpassed that of 1 or 2 dark gold weapons. Big Sis Snow, Boiling Fury is too valuable. I can't learn it, Fierce Snake said, shaking his head. Warwolf will not be easy to deal with, and you know this. You don't want me to lose, right? Worried that a powerful enemy would appear, Gentle Snow had prepared for this competition. As the underground arena prohibited players from using any tools, the only way to raise a player's combat power was to learn new and powerful skills. Boiling Fury was one such skill Gentle Snow had prepared. She also had another advanced skill for Nimble Snake. Unfortunately, that skill book would not come into play during these matches. Sitting a short distance away, Shifeng was slightly surprised upon seeing the skill book Gentle Snow pass to Fierce Snake. Gentle Snow had actually obtained such a super rare skill book. Boiling Fury would only drop from High Lords ranked field bosses, and its drop rate was 2%. One needed immense luck in order to obtain it. I understand. I will not lose. Fierce Snake nodded and chose to learn Boiling Fury. He then watched the thin war wolf walk into the arena, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Originally, he only had a 30% chance of defeating the shield warrior. Now that he had obtained Boiling Fury, he had a 70% certainty of coming out victorious. Following which, Fierce Snake also entered the arena. Snow, you're simply too amazing. I can't believe you had something so powerful hidden. Fierce Snake will win for sure. Zhao Yueru hugged Gentle Snow excitedly, her previous depressed mood scattering to the winds. In response, Gentle Snow lightly tapped Zhao Yueru's forehead and revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the battle between Fierce Snake and War Wolf had begun. I'm interested to see just how powerful you are. The moment the battle started, Fierce Snake lifted his silvery gray battle axe and charged at War Wolf. When his axe descended, even the air roared. However, without even retrieving the shield and saber from his back, War Wolf simply took a step back and allowed the battle axe to brush past his body, slamming into the ground. War Wolf immediately stomped down on the battle axe, the weapon becoming completely embedded into the ground. He then unsheathed the saber covered in golden magic runes from his back and slashed at the berserker's neck, the weapon creating a beautiful arc. The entire process flowed like water, and everyone who witnessed it was amazed. Before Fierce Snake could respond, a damage of -536 points appeared above his head. Although War Wolf's attack had not dealt a significant amount of damage to Fierce Snake, who had over 3,200 HP, this strike had dealt a heavy blow to the berserker's mentality. Before he could even react, War Wolf's attack struck him. In Fierce Snake's memories, this had never happened in any of the PvP battles he had participated in before. Seeing War Wolf's saber slashing at him again, Fierce Snake hurriedly used Whirlwind Slash. At this moment, War Wolf lifted his shield, blocking Fierce Snake's skill and taking a single step back. Fierce Snake took advantage of his small victory to follow up with a series of attacks, using skill after skill to force War Wolf into a continuous retreat. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Fierce Snake's HP continued to decrease despite being on the offensive. Every time Fierce Snake attacked, War Wolf would effortlessly block it with his shield and counterattack with his saber. Fierce Snake had no idea what was happening. Although he had tried to dodge and block War Wolf's counterattacks, the shield warrior's saber would always somehow land a hit. Even when War Wolf took the initiative to launch an attack, he couldn't dodge or defend himself. War Wolf's saber would always disappear in mid-swing before suddenly appearing elsewhere. By the time War Wolf's saber reappeared, it was too late for him to react. He could only watch as his HP fell, powerless to do anything about it. Damn! Seeing that he had less than 1,000 HP remaining, Fierce Snake gritted his teeth and activated Boiling Fury. At this point, if he hesitated to activate Boiling Fury, he would die in a few moments. However, even after activating Boiling Fury, Fierce Snake was no different than a baby swinging a large axe to War Wolf. This time, the shield warrior did not even bother to use his shield and relied on his reflexes to dodge every one of Fierce Snake's attacks. It looked as if Fierce Snake's axe actively avoided War Wolf as the weapon brushed past him, never hitting his body. Fierce Snake nearly crumbled. This scene dumbfounded both Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru. They were familiar with Fierce Snake's strength. Yet, War Wolf could toy with him so effortlessly. Even Gentle Snow admitted that she was not capable of such a feat. Just who is he? Gentle Snow could not believe her eyes. Qiao Qinghua had actually found someone so impressive. Most likely, only Zero Wings Guild leader, One-Hit Azura Black Flame, could contend with such a powerful expert. Inside the arena, War Wolf walked up to Fierce Snake, utterly relaxed. After swinging his saber twice, Fierce Snake's body fell to the ground, reluctance and frustration filling his face. Their strengths were on different levels entirely. Gentle Snow has definitely lost. The difference between our external player and hers is like heaven and earth. However, this is fate. Not everyone has the chance to connect with such an expert. If Qiao Qinghua becomes the guild leader, he might be able to invite more experts into our guild. This would benefit the guild's future development. The elders seated in the spectator stands expressed their admiration of War Wolf's performance. They began to anticipate the future of the guild. As for Gentle Snow, they no longer expected anything of her. Chapter 404, The Difference Between Outsiders. Gentle Snow, you should now see the difference between us, right? Qiao Qinghua said, laughing as he grinned at Gentle Snow. From the very beginning, you never had any chance of winning this competition. There is only one ending for you all today: defeat. Gentle Snow, stoic and beautiful, refused to respond to Qiao Qinghua's taunts. It was true that she had never expected Qiao Qinghua to invite such an expert. Suddenly, this competition was no longer within her control. Originally, she had hoped for Fierce Snake's victory. Then, as long as Yifeng secured another win, she would dominate this competition. Yet, now, there were still 2 matches left. Even if Yifeng won his match, they would end with a tie. However, they didn't have any experts for the final match. Big Brother Yifeng, what is going on? Violet Cloud's eyes widened in shock when she witnessed War Wolf's demonic attacks. Why does he know it, too? Seeing as War Wolf can use Omnivision and second acceleration to such a refined standard, Qiao Qinghua must have learned those techniques from him, Shifeng calmly explained. Realization immediately dawned on Violet Cloud. However, Shifeng's words had undeniably given Gentle Snow and the others a shock, each one of them falling silent. If Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake had also learned such mystifying techniques. Ha ha ha. That's right. Both Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake have also learned those techniques. Moreover, they are more proficient than I am. Qiao Qinghua could not help but laugh when he saw Gentle Snow and the others' expressions. Gentle Snow, you understand now, right? You have no chance of winning this competition. On top of that, the 2 outsiders you've brought are merely 2 level 22 players. How could they possibly compete with the empowered Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake? Gentle Snow, just admit your loss right now. If you do, you won't have to suffer a humiliating defeat. At this time, both Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake shifted their gaze to Shifeng and Violet Cloud, disdain filling their eyes. How boring. They are the last opponents. With this, I can't test out my new techniques, Soaring Snake sighed with disappointment. If I fought Gentle Snow, I might have been able to display some of my strength. I heard that Yifeng is quite strong. He was previously the first player to enter White River City and had even defeated hundreds of players by himself during the initial stages of God's Domain. He should provide some challenge and serve as a warm-up for the both of you, Chao Qinghua casually explained as he smirked at Shifeng. At this moment, Warwolf opened his mouth and said, "That's right. You should not underestimate Yifeng. I have seen his battle videos. Even though everyone's levels were very low at the time, based on the way Yifeng moved and took action, I guarantee that he possesses a significant foundation in martial arts. Although he has yet to grasp Omnivision, you two should still be careful when fighting him." After Warwolf had agreed to aid Chao Qinghua, other than speaking while he trained them, he was usually silent. Warwolf's sudden and casual comment drew everyone's attention. Him? Nimble Snake looked at Shifeng, unable to feel any power or pressure from the ordinary-looking man. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he laughed and said, "Big brother Warwolf, you worry too much. You taught both of us personally. Against such an amateur martial artist, I can easily take care of him alone." Before Nimble Snake had joined Chao Qinghua, he had never known that he could apply so many martial arts techniques to playing a game like God's Domain. When Chao Qinghua had first approached him, Nimble Snake did not even humor the thought of defecting. At that time, he felt that Gentle Snow's combat techniques were the epitome of what it meant to be an expert. However, after dueling Warwolf and suffering an overwhelming defeat, Nimble Snake realized that he had merely been a frog in the bottom of the well. It was like meeting Superman. Superman was the creation of man's imagination, a fictional character that could never exist. Yet, reality suddenly revealed that such fictional characters actually existed. This revelation had shaken Nimble Snake's beliefs. Hence, Nimble Snake had joined Chao Qinghua's side without hesitation and received special training from Warwolf. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally grasped the technique called Omnivision. After grasping Omnivision, Nimble Snake finally realized how huge of a gap there was between him and Warwolf. If Gentle Snow was the peak of mortals, then after grasping Omnivision, Nimble Snake had exceeded mortal standards. The two were on entirely different levels. Top-tier experts? Great experts? They were just jokes in Nimble Snake's eyes. Nimble Snake, stop speaking nonsense. Brother Warwolf definitely has his reasons for what he said. No matter who faces Yifeng, you must go all out against him, understand? Chao Qinghua reproached Nimble Snake, glaring at the assassin. Yes, I understand, Nimble Snake hurriedly lowered his head. At this moment, the fourth combatants had been revealed. Fourth match, Yifeng vs. Soaring Snake. Ha ha ha. Perfect. Since Big Brother Warwolf said to be careful of Yifeng, then I'll use him to test my new skills and see just how much I have improved. Soaring Snake walked into the arena excitedly. Soaring Snake was not a brawny man. On the contrary, he was very lean. However, although he was thin, his muscles were packed with explosive power like a cheetah's. Out of everyone in Chao Qinghua's team, Warwolf was the most optimistic about Soaring Snake. Not only did he possess the highest talent for combat, but the speed at which he learned also left everyone speechless. He had only taken half the time to learn Omnivision. Moreover, he was a natural-born fighting maniac. Under Warwolf's tutelage, Soaring Snake had developed with unimaginable speeds, and right now, he was definitely the #1 powerhouse in all of Ouroboros. If not for Chao Qinghua's wish to hide Soaring Snake's strength, the latter would have long since made it on the God's Domain experts list. Yifeng, how confident are you? Gentle Snow suddenly asked as Shifeng was about to enter the arena. If you don't feel confident, just admit defeat. You are Zero Wing's backbone. It would not be beneficial for you to lose a level here. This competition was a miscalculation on my part. I never expected that Chao Qinghua had such a monster on his team. Not only is he a powerful fighter himself, but he has also enhanced Soaring Snake and Nimble Snake's strength. As for the losses you have suffered by joining me, I will pay 5 million credits. In Gentle Snow's opinion, Yifeng was undoubtedly stronger than Soaring Snake. However, after finding out that Soaring Snake had completely changed, even Gentle Snow didn't think that she had much of a chance against him. Meanwhile, how much stronger could Yifeng possibly be? A promise is a promise. Since Miss Snow has already invited me here, and I have agreed to help, how could I possibly flee without a fight? Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he entered the arena. Yi Feng is such a fool. Zhao Yueru huffed angrily. Didn't he see how powerful War Wolf was? Since War Wolf guided and taught Soaring Snake, even if he is not on par with War Wolf, he is probably not too far behind. Yi Feng is just trying to die. Alright, Yueru, everyone has their own bottom lines and styles of conduct. It is my fault for telling Yi Feng to give up without a fight, Gentle Snow placated Zhao Yueru. She then shifted her gaze to Shi Feng inside the arena, a mix of feelings filling her heart. However, while Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru both worried, Violet Cloud suddenly giggled and said, since Big Brother Yi Feng has given his promise, he will fulfill it. You can rest assured about this. Both Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru turned their heads to look at the little girl named Violet Cloud, confused. Just why was Violet Cloud so confident in Yi Feng? Violet Cloud simply smiled and remained silent. Only she realized that their opponents should be the ones worrying. Soaring Snake was about to fight none other than Star Moon Kingdom's #1 powerhouse, One-Hit Azura. Chapter 405, Techniques Are Useless. Seeing Violet Cloud's confident yet silent smile, Zhao Yueru grew anxious. However, she also could not do anything about this situation, so she could only return her focus to the arena. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was very calm, observing Violet Cloud. Previously, due to her anger over Nimble Snake's treachery, she had only glanced at the cleric, not paying her any mind. Now that Gentle Snow paid closer attention, she discovered that, although this little girl named Violet Cloud seemed like any ordinary spirited and harmless girl, she could feel a faint indescribable pressure from the girl. It felt completely different from the pressure War Wolf gave off. War Wolf felt more like a slumbering, feral wolf, cruel, domineering, and vicious. As for Violet Cloud, she didn't know how to describe the girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a feeling. Violet Cloud felt like the starry sky at night, silent, awe-inspiring, and profound. Just who is this little girl that Yi Feng brought with him? Gentle Snow was quite confident in the accuracy of her sixth sense. After she started playing God's Domain, that sixth sense had only grown keener. Naturally, Violet Cloud noticed Gentle Snow staring at her. In response, she only nodded her head lightly and beamed a playful smile at the snow goddess. Inside the arena, Shi Feng and Soaring Snake faced each other, both observing their respective opponent. Both were swordsmen, and the only difference between them was their level. Shi Feng was only level 22 while Soaring Snake was level 24. With a difference of 2 levels in Soaring Snake's grasp of the combat technique Omnivision that granted him insight far beyond the average person, the battle was definitely tilted in Soaring Snake's favor. Yet, even though the starting signal for the battle had already occurred, Soaring Snake remained motionless. He stood there calmly, without any apparent intentions to rush at Shi Feng. Soaring Snake, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Soaring Snake's hesitation puzzled his teammates. Usually, Soaring Snake was a battle maniac that would go into a frenzy the moment the battle began. He would never behave as calmly as he was now. Soaring Snake is certainly quite talented. War Wolf revealed a faint smile as he watched the motionless Soaring Snake. Big Brother War Wolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked, confused. When in battle, one does not rely only on their physical prowess, but their mental strength as well. One must remain calm to obtain victory. Soaring Snake is currently adjusting his mentality, War Wolf explained. Indeed, just as War Wolf had said, Soaring Snake was not as excitable as he had once been. Instead, there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. Suddenly, Soaring Snake unsheathed his swords and, with a powerful stomp, dashed toward Shi Feng. As the first apostle of Ouroboros, Soaring Snake's weapons and equipment spoke for themselves. Of the 2 swords he wielded, one was dark gold ranked, while the other was fine gold ranked. Meanwhile, a large majority of his equipment was fine gold ranked. His gear was among the best currently available in God's domain. Soaring Snake crossed more than 20 yards and arrived before Shifeng in an instant. Immediately, he launched a rapid attack at Shifeng. Soaring Snake had no intention of fooling around with Shifeng. However, faced with Soaring Snake's bombardment, Shifeng leisurely unsheathed the abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow. Leaning forward, he lightly swung his two swords and readied his battle stance. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena changed. Everyone shivered, goosebumps covering their whole bodies. What is going on? Gentle Snow could sense something from Shifeng inside the arena. Who is this Yifeng? Qiao Qinghua watched Shifeng with shock. Just by adjusting his stance, Shifeng had managed to deter every one of his opponents, causing their hearts to beat madly. Suddenly, silence overtook the arena. Facing Shifeng, Soaring Snake stumbled like a frightened bird, abruptly halting his steps. Not even Soaring Snake understood why he had suddenly stopped. After regaining his composure, he resumed his charge at Shifeng. Your courage is commendable. Shifeng smiled faintly and nodded. Although Shifeng's voice was soft, Soaring Snake, with his acute five senses, could hear Shifeng's words clearly. Rage instantly burned in his heart. Activating Wind Blade, his speed increased once more as he slashed at Shifeng. However, the moment Soaring Snake was within range, Shifeng struck his adversary with even greater speed. Shifeng's sword was as fast as lightning, reaching Soaring Snake in no time at all. Just as the abyssal blade was about to slice open Soaring Snake's neck, something strange occurred. The sword, which should have originally cut Soaring Snake, struck only air. Meanwhile, Soaring Snake's upper body completely vanished from Shifeng's sight. Taking a closer look, Soaring Snake had actually reclined his body to evade Shifeng's fatal strike. A pity. Soaring Snake revealed a malevolent smile. Before Soaring Snake had even finished speaking, his two swords flew towards Shifeng's sides. His angle of attack was extremely complex and prevented Shifeng from dodging. With no better choice, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade to block the two attacks. He then took the chance to distance himself from Soaring Snake. What is going on here? Soaring Snake can dodge such a fast attack. Zhao Yueru considered herself an expert, and her dynamic vision was excellent. In her view, Shifeng's previous strike had been perfect. His strike was so fast that the attack should have been impossible to avoid. Yet, that perfect strike had missed Soaring Snake. Instead, Shifeng was the one who had been struck twice. It was simply too strange. Inside the arena, Shifeng examined himself for wounds. He frowned at the amused smile plastered on Soaring Snake's face. Leisurely, he said, I never expected that you would have hidden your strength so well. Your reaction speed is impressive. I am both a swordsman and the strongest member of the 12 Apostles. How could I possibly be slow? Soaring Snake laughed. You, on the other hand, have truly surprised me. You were able to use Defensive Blade the moment I countered your attack. Your reactions are not slow, either. No. I'm not talking about that, Shifeng shook his head. To be precise, you dodged my sword because your neural reaction is fast, no? Oh. You've discovered that? Soaring Snake asked, feeling slightly surprised. In the next moment, he smiled and said unconcernedly, so what? Do you think you can win despite it? Snow, what are they talking about? Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Many in the spectator stands had overheard the conversation in the arena. Zhao Yueru was thoroughly confused. You saw Yifeng's attack for yourself. It was a perfect strike. Yet, Soaring Snake still dodged it. Do you know how? Gentle Snow inquired, wearing a grim expression. Isn't it because Soaring Snake detected Shifeng's attack, so he managed to evade it? Zhao Yueru did not understand what Gentle Snow was trying to say. You could put it that way. However, detecting an attack is one thing, dodging it is an entirely different matter. With the speed of Shifeng's strike, not even a top-tier assassin could dodge the attack from so close. Yet, Soaring Snake had done just that. The reason lies in Soaring Snake's neural response rate. When ordinary people act, their brains go through three processes: cognition, understanding, and correspondence. Time is required to go through all three. Statistically, the average person's reaction time is 0.3 seconds. Top sprinters who have undergone arduous training can shorten it to around 0.15 seconds. However, no matter how hard a person trains, they can never lower the transmission speed of their neural signals below 0.1 seconds. Of course, this is only common knowledge. Based on Soaring Snake's reaction time, his was 0.7 seconds, possibly around 0.6 seconds. His reaction was a lot faster than the average person. In other words, where an ordinary person can carry out 3 to 4 actions in 1 second, Soaring Snake can act over a dozen times. Because of this, not only could Soaring Snake dodge Shifeng's sword, but he also managed to stab at Shifeng twice simultaneously. This is no longer a situation of technique or hard work, but talent. One could say that Soaring Snake is a true combat genius. Chapter 406, Rapid Showdown. Zhao Yueru was speechless upon hearing Gentle Snow's explanation. She was dazed as she stared at Soaring Snake. Soaring Snake had never been so powerful in the past. They never knew he possessed such talent. He had actually hidden his true strength so well. With this, who else could be his match in close combat? While ordinary people could launch 3 to 4 attacks, Soaring Snake could launch 14 or 15 attacks. He was invincible. Chances were that the only way to defeat Soaring Snake was to pull away and attack from a distance. Melee classes had no chance of winning. Ha ha ha. Yifeng is indeed commendable for discerning Soaring Snake's ability. However, there is no way Soaring Snake will lose this match. A huge smile appeared on Chao Qinghua's dignified face. As long as Soaring Snake won this match, this competition would come to an end. Meanwhile, he would officially take hold of the position of guild leader. Everything was going exactly as he had expected. I was just warming up. If I take this fight seriously, I will only become faster. You are pretty amazing for blocking my last 2 attacks. Let's see how many attacks you can block. Although Soaring Snake was slightly surprised by how quickly Shifeng had discerned his talent, his opponent could never overcome it. There was not a single swordsman who could beat him. Swordsmen mainly relied on their normal attacks in battle. It was a class that wore down their enemies by attrition. If faced with a ranged class, Soaring Snake might have had some difficulties. However, against another swordsman, he was practically invincible with his reaction speed. Moreover, he had also grasped Omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemies' every movement and strike their weak points. Combining this martial arts technique with his inhuman reaction speed, in a melee battle, he was invulnerable. As he said so, Soaring Snake abruptly stomped on the ground, and like a fierce gale, his body shot toward Shifeng. Straight-line attacks could usually be easily seen and dealt with. Despite knowing this, however, Soaring Snake still chose to face Shifeng head-on, as if saying, "Come at me if you can. You want to compete with speed?" Shifeng's frown deepened. Facing Soaring Snake, someone with such a unique talent, would be disadvantageous for Shifeng. Although Soaring Snake's assault had many flaws, the swordsman was not afraid of exploitation. Even if Shifeng attacked Soaring Snake, the latter could easily perceive the attack with his Omnivision. With Soaring Snake's reaction speed, before Shifeng's sword could reach him, he would have already evaded it. Following which, Shifeng activated the aura of wind of the 7 luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and agility by 30%. He then dashed forward to meet Soaring Snake in battle. With breakneck speed, Soaring Snake had sent out 16 sword images, forcing Shi Feng to deal with 16 attacks simultaneously. However, after activating the aura of wind, Shi Feng's speed allowed him to deflect all 16 attacks easily. For the time being, both sides were equally matched. Despite Shi Feng having a huge advantage in terms of speed, Soaring Snake's reaction speed was unmatched. Even if Shi Feng's attacks were faster, Soaring Snake could respond instantaneously. The clash of metal resounded relentlessly throughout the arena, the noise reaching deafening levels. Every time Shi Feng's and Soaring Snake's swords met, dazzling sparks would scatter around them. The spectating crowd's hearts pounded as they watched the two swordsmen confront each other. Each attack was simply too fast. The threat of death dominated each second. The slightest mistake would determine victory or defeat. Yi Feng is this strong? No wonder he was so confident, Zhao Yueru said with shock, her eyes focused on Shi Feng inside the arena, who had yet to lose any HP. Fierce Snake, who had been resurrected not long ago, nodded in agreement. In such a furious showdown, he might not last even 2 seconds before suffering defeat. Of course. Big brother Yi Feng is very strong. Violet Cloud giggled. What a joke. How could the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, one-hit Azura, lose just because the opponent possesses a special physique? Fine. Your big brother Yi Feng is the most amazing. Zhao Yueru was also relieved upon seeing Shi Feng's performance. If Shi Feng lost this match, today's competition would end. Meanwhile, Chao Qinghua's team was also greatly shocked by the battle happening before them. Soaring Snake was Ouroboros's undisputed #1 expert, yet, an unknown player like Yi Feng could match him evenly. That Yi Feng is amazing. He is actually able to cope with Soaring Snake's violent offensive. Even I can't last as long. Nimble Snake felt slightly surprised as he looked at the relaxed expression on Yi Feng's face. However, the result of this match will soon be determined, War Wolf suddenly said, smiling faintly. Big brother War Wolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked curiously. Soaring Snake still hasn't used everything he has. He is simply probing Yi Feng at the moment. Didn't you see that Soaring Snake hasn't used second acceleration yet? War Wolf had the keenest eyesight among everyone present, and with just a glance, he could tell that Soaring Snake conserved a considerable amount of his strength. No wonder Yi Feng is still standing. Nimble Snake laughed. As War Wolf and the others discussed the fight, inside the arena, Soaring Snake suddenly retreated a few steps, pulling a small distance away from Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi Feng did not give chase. Instead, he silently observed the swordsman facing him. You have really surprised me. Ever since I learned Omnivision, you have been the first person who has lasted this long against me. How about it? If you join us, Big Brother War Wolf can help you become even stronger than you are now. As for the remuneration Gentle Snow has offered, I believe that Brother Chow will not hesitate to double that amount now that he has seen what you are capable of, Soaring Snake said, smiling at Shi Feng confidently. Even with his inhuman reaction speed, Soaring Snake found it extremely difficult to counter Shi Feng's attacks. Shi Feng's strikes were simply too fast, so much so that, if he had not perceived the attack's trajectory beforehand, it would be impossible to dodge or block them. If the assassin Nimble Snake stood in his place, the battle would have ended long ago. Only a talented person like himself could possibly avoid Shi Feng's attacks. Chao Qinghua cannot afford to give me what I want. So, just forget about it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. What a pity. Die, then. Soaring Snake's smile instantly twisted into something sinister. In the blink of an eye, he launched 18 sword images, blocking all of Shi Feng's paths of retreat. Although the 18 sword images did not appear to be fast, Shi Feng knew that Soaring Snake was no longer holding back. Of these 18 sword strikes, Soaring Snake had applied second acceleration to every one. When the 18 sword images were about to reach their mark, Shi Feng simultaneously activated Purgatory Power, Windwalk, Wind Blade, and Wind Rider, and rather than retreating, he dashed forward to meet the incoming attacks. Shi Feng was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he had weaved through the gaps between Soaring Snake's sword images. When Shi Feng and Soaring Snake collided, a silvery gray flash appeared on the latter's body. The time it took the two to cross swords was only an instant. For some reason, however, an impressive gout of blood sprayed from Soaring Snake's body, splashing across the floor. Following which, Soaring Snake released an agonized scream as he tumbled to the ground. What? What happened? The crowd fell silent at this sudden development, only the sound of Soaring Snake's scream echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 407, Final Battle. This. What? What just happened? Why did Soaring Snake fall even after using second acceleration? When was Soaring Snake attacked? Chao Qinghua bellowed. Chao Qinghua simply could not believe what he had just seen. From his position, he could see the entire battle, yet, he was completely clueless as to what had just happened between the two swordsmen. It was simply ridiculous. In fact, Chao Qinghua wasn't the only one confused. None of the spectators understood what had just happened. The crowd saw Shi Feng dive headfirst into the Soaring Snake's sword images before he suddenly vanished. Before they realized it, Shi Feng had already walked past Soaring Snake's body. Meanwhile, multiple sword wounds had appeared on Soaring Snake, blood gushing from those wounds. In this match, no matter how one looked at it, Soaring Snake had already obtained his victory, yet, the true outcome of the battle was completely unexpected. For a moment, nobody could accept this reality. As Soaring Snake's instructor, Warwolf was most familiar with Soaring Snake's strength. Warwolf was also an expert with frightening combat power in his own right. However, after witnessing this scene, he, too, found it unbelievable, so much so that he was more shocked than everyone else present. The higher you were, the better view you would have. Others might not have realized what had happened, but Warwolf had seen some clues. However, his confusion was precisely because of what he had seen. Although Shi Feng's speed was indeed frightening, it was not at the level of becoming invisible. Yet, the instant Shi Feng closed in on Soaring Snake, he suddenly vanished. By the time Warwolf noticed Shi Feng again, the latter had arrived by Soaring Snake's side, their shoulders brushing past each other. In other words, when Shi Feng had charged at Soaring Snake, he had disappeared from view not because of speed, but because Warwolf's mind had failed to perceive Shi Feng. Even Soaring Snake, who used Omnivision and his inhuman reaction speed, had failed to perceive Shi Feng. This was what thoroughly confused Warwolf. How had Shi Feng achieved such a feat? Second acceleration was a technique used to confuse the eye, utilizing acceleration to catch an enemy off guard and attack their blind spot. With this technique, enemies would still have a small window to react. However, Shi Feng's technique did not allow his enemies even that brief time before his sword landed. After Soaring Snake died, he dropped a level 20 fine gold ranked pauldron, which Shi Feng casually pocketed. Shi Feng also secretly collected an immortal soul. Now, he only needed 9,999 more. After Soaring Snake lost his immortal soul, not only did he lose a level, but he was also barred from logging into God's domain for a time. As for exactly how long he was barred from the game, even Shi Feng did not know. If it were short, it might only be 1 or 2 days. If it were a long wait, Soaring Snake might not be able to log in for 3 or 4 days. In short, Soaring Snake would have to stay put for some time. Yi Feng, how did you manage to defeat Soaring Snake? Zhao Yueru, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately went up to him and asked when she saw Shi Feng exit the arena. She had too many questions about the battle. Because of this match, Zhao Yueru suddenly felt like a noob that had only started playing games, completely clueless. Despite having witnessed everything with her own eyes, she had no idea of what had actually happened. Do you want to know? Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he looked at the excited woman rushing up to him. He never expected Zhao Yueru to be the first person to ask him. Zhao Yueru nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Zhao Yueru was very curious about how Shi Feng had managed to not only dodge the 18 sword images, but also neutralize Soaring Snake's inhuman reaction speed, killing him instantly. After thinking for a moment, Shi Feng said seriously, "I just went up to him and slashed him 3 times, that's all." Everyone present was immediately rendered speechless. Zhao Yueru had been about to tackle Shi Feng and take a few bites out of him if it not for gentle Snow holding her back. "Alright, Yueru, everyone has their own secrets. You can't force him to tell you. Now that we have won the 4th match, each side has 2 wins and 2 losses. This result is all thanks to Yifeng. The following match will determine the result of this competition." At this moment, gentle Snow felt very fortunate that she had thought of inviting Yifeng when she had prepared for this competition. Although she had felt that Yifeng had a good chance of securing a victory for her, she had never expected him to surprise her like this. Despite facing the greatly enhanced First Apostle, Soaring Snake, Yifeng had defeated him with overwhelming might. She could never have expected this result. Gentle Snow found it very hard to believe that such an expert had remained unknown all this time. Was it because they were too weak to encounter such experts? Or was it because these experts loved to play the role of a weakling? Even Gentle Snow was unsure. However, the few fights today had certainly widened her horizons. She really could not figure out what kind of Guild Zero Wing was. First, there was Black Flame. Now, the combat power Yifeng displayed was not the slightest bit inferior, and might even be superior, to Black Flame's. Of course, Black Flame had never displayed his true strength to the public, so Gentle Snow could not be certain of who was stronger. Regardless, though, the 2 of them were true monsters. "Big Brother Yifeng, what's wrong?" Violet Cloud could feel that something was amiss. The moment Shi Feng left the arena, he immediately sat down in the first row of seats. Now, his forehead was covered with sweat. Shi Feng was obviously dispirited, and he seemed exhausted. "It's nothing. The high-intensity battle simply exhausted my mental power. I'll be fine after a short rest." "You should get ready for the next match," Shi Feng replied softly, not trying to hide his current weakness. Although he was exhausted right now, he brimmed with joy. Everyone had thought that he had defeated Soaring Snake effortlessly. In reality, however, it had not been easy to dodge the 18 sword images while dealing a fatal blow. If he had not been promoted to a Tier 1 Blade Saint with his attributes enhanced greatly and his physical strength increased substantially, he might not have been able to use Void Steps in the exchange. Although Shi Feng had other methods to deal with Soaring Snake, he had chosen to take the risk because he wanted to break through his personal barrier and improve himself further. Fortunately, his gamble succeeded. Under the immense pressure Soaring Snake had placed on him, Shi Feng had finally reached a breakthrough and used footwork that he had never been able to use in the past. Void Steps. Void Steps was advanced footwork that allowed one to remove their presence from the opponent's mind. In the past, very few top-tier experts had successfully grasped such advanced footwork. As for Shi Feng, who had merely been a first-rate expert back then, he had only ever succeeded in his dreams. In order to learn this advanced footwork, Shi Feng had done countless research and trials. Yet, he had never succeeded. This footwork possessed an extremely high requirement of a person's movement and breathing. It was not a technique that ordinary people could easily learn. However, Shi Feng's physique had massively improved after he had undergone his class change. His control over his body had also improved. In addition, he was currently playing the game through a virtual gaming cabin. Hence, Shi Feng had always thought of giving the footwork a try. Only, he had never found the chance. Fortunately, Soaring Snake had created the perfect opportunity for him. With the threat of death looming, the pressure allowed Shi Feng to finally break through that unreachable barrier. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng was still feeling joyous over his own breakthrough, the 5th match of the competition had begun. 5th match, Violet Cloud vs. Nimble Snake. Chapter 408, Level vs. Tier. Shi Feng's overwhelming victory during the fourth match had undoubtedly formed dark clouds in Chao Qinghua's heart. As if something was stuck in his throat, Chao Qinghua felt extremely uncomfortable. Why hasn't Soaring Snake resurrected? Chao Qinghua was in a sour mood. If Shi Feng was so powerful, then the cleric girl that came with him must be extraordinary as well. She might also know the same technique as his. Even now, Chao Qinghua had no clue as to what Shi Feng had done. Without that knowledge, he had no response to it. Most likely, only Soaring Snake might know what sort of technique it was. Since Soaring Snake was still absent, Chao's anxiety began to take hold. Currently, the competition was tied, and Nimble Snake and Violet Cloud would face off in the final match. Nimble Snake was an assassin. Although he had an absolute advantage against a cleric and had learned Omnivision and second acceleration, they would be useless against Shi Feng's technique. Brother Chao, for some reason, Soaring Snake has logged off and is still offline. I can't contact him at all, Nimble Snake reported. At this moment, Nimble Snake was also panicking, afraid that his opponent would know the same technique that won the previous match. If he lost, Chao Qinghua would be finished. His life wouldn't exactly be easy either. Chao Qinghua paled as he looked at Soaring Snake's status window. He wished he could log off and strangle Soaring Snake. Playing hooky at such a crucial moment, was he trying to toy with him? Guild leader Chao, you don't have to be so worried. Although Yi Feng is very powerful, that female cleric is different from those like Yi Feng and me, War Wolf suddenly spoke. Brother War Wolf, are you sure? Chao hesitated. If Violet Cloud were not a martial artist like Yi Feng and War Wolf, then even if she had powerful techniques, Chao Qinghua would have nothing to worry about. A cleric was still a cleric after all. Yes. She does not have the unique aura that people like us possess. I guarantee it, War Wolf affirmed, nodding. Excellent. Chao Qinghua's face lit up with a relieved smile. He then shifted his gaze to the other team, muttering in a cold tone, Gentle Snow, oh, Gentle Snow. Although you invited an expert of such caliber, in the end, you are still a step behind. Nimble Snake, do not disappoint me. Brother Chao, rest assured. She is only a level 22 cleric. I could have defeated her effortlessly even before I underwent the special training. Nimble Snake revealed a sinister grin as he glanced at Violet Cloud, who had already entered the arena. He was currently level 24. To an expert, an advantage of 2 levels made quite a difference. Following which, Nimble Snake entered the arena as well. Meanwhile, seated in the spectator stands, War Wolf still appeared indifferent. There was not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. In truth, he had only finished half of his statement. Violet Cloud indeed did not possess the unique aura of a martial artist. However, with his acute senses, War Wolf could feel a faint sense of danger from her. This danger was slightly different from that of a ferocious beast. It felt almost like a divine pressure. Just what secret is this female cleric hiding? Although War Wolf was not trying to boast, in God's domain, he did not fear many people. Even if he encountered someone who could intimidate him, it definitely would not be the young little girl standing inside the arena. Yet, there was something about her that gave him pause. Meanwhile, the tension was similarly high on Gentle Snow's side. Yi Feng, will Violet really be alright? Zhao Yueru asked as she took a seat beside Shi Feng. She wanted a straight answer from him. Although she did not know why, Zhao Yueru felt that Shi Feng knew something she did not. It should be alright, Shi Feng said, uncertain. Should? What do you mean, should? If Violet loses, Snow will have to leave God's domain forever. Are you really willing to lose her? Zhao Yueru huffed. Listening to Zhao Yueru's words, Shi Feng was suddenly speechless. Yueru. Gentle Snow glared. To think that her friend could still joke at a time like this. Gentle Snow was somewhat familiar with Shi Feng's personality. Shi Feng would never speak without certainty. If he said it, then it was true. Otherwise, he would remain quiet. But Zhao Yueru knew that her questioning would not change anything. She only wanted Shifeng's confirmation so that she could feel more at ease. I really do not know. Nimble Snake's current strength, especially after grasping combat techniques such as Omnivision and second acceleration, is a complete mystery to me. As for Violet's current progress, I don't know that either. However, she should be quite powerful. At least, without Omnivision and second acceleration, Nimble Snake wouldn't even be a challenge for her. Now, however, I do not know. We can only wait and see, Shifeng explained as he understood Zhao Yueru's anxiety. Before War Wolf's appearance, Shifeng had been certain of Violet Cloud's victory regardless of who she fought. Now, however, Nimble Snake had learned combat techniques that very few experts knew. Of course, although Nimble Snake had the advantages of levels and techniques, Violet Cloud possessed the advantage of tiers. Simply put, the results of this match were unknown. After listening to Shifeng's explanation, Zhao Yueru grew even more nervous. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing at all? Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was greatly surprised. From Shifeng's words, Violet Cloud was actually superior to Nimble Snake. Nimble Snake had originally been one of the top combatants of Ouroboros, and even Gentle Snow could not obtain an easy victory if they fought. However, Shifeng was confident when he spoke. Thus, Gentle Snow believed him. Violet Cloud was only a young girl around 16 or 17 years old. How could she possibly be so strong? If Shifeng's statement was true, then there might still be hope. Moreover, Violet Cloud was a ranged class. She would have an easier time dealing with techniques such as Omnivision and second acceleration. Suddenly, the countdown timer above the arena had ended. Immediately, Nimble Snake activated stealth and vanished. One had to admit that Nimble Snake was indeed one of the top combatants of Ouroboros. After entering stealth, all of his movements were silent. He was even stealthier than Absolute Heaven, and not even Shifeng, who watched from the spectator stands, could tell Nimble Snake's exact location. Time passed little by little. Other than Violet Cloud, there was nobody else visible inside the arena. However, Nimble Snake revealed no intentions of making a move. As a result, the atmosphere inside the arena grew tenser as more time went by. This was one of the methods often used by assassins. By doing so, they could instill paranoia in their target, exhausting their target's mental fortitude. As soon as their target relaxed, they would launch a fatal assault. Hence, many players despised dealing with assassins. After all, it was tiresome to remain on high alert for long periods of time. Hence, assassins had a natural advantage when fighting against all classes. Heh, that's quite some patience you have there, little girl. We'll see how long you last. The moment you relax will be the moment you die. At this moment, Nimble Snake stood only 10 yards away from Violet Cloud. To an agility-focused assassin, an instant was all that was necessary to cross that distance. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.